Okay, Adi, hey, money. You need a diaper on. Come, please. I'll take you upstairs then.
Yeah. No, yeah, I think this is the second time I've been excited about chatbots. The first time was in 2016 with Facebook and everything that we were dreaming, this is coming to fruition now. It's manifesting now. It took like a long time, 7 years, but we're kind of here now. And so we're in the second, hype cycle. Sam is here from Voiceful. The Voiceful team is ready to start the workshop. And if you guys could unmute yourselves, just asked you. And then Sam, should I make you the co-host or someone else with you?
If you want to do that for both Sarah and myself, Sarah will be doing a majority of the screen sharing in this one. So if you could make both of us, that'd be great.
Let's see. I'll start with you. I don't know how many co-hosts we could have, but we'll try. Okay.
We'll just pass it around.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
I think there's a couple Sarahs, so hopefully
Sarah
Bourgeois, just in case.
Good call, Sarah.
There usually is more than one Sarah on a call.
Yeah.
Other Sarah did not want that much responsibility.
Okay. Okay, guys. I'll drop off. So you guys, and then Inat, if you could turn your camera off. Okay, I did it for you. So the session's going to go until 12 o'clock, and then from 12 to 1, we're going to have collective lunch break. And then from 1 to 4, we're going to do the second half of the second part of the workshop. So without further ado, we'll give it to the Voiceful team. If you guys need anything, just yell my name. I'm in the background listening.
Awesome.
All right.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Stephen. Hopefully the first hour was some great discussion. Sarah and I just jumped in and very, very excited to get started. We're going to be talking all about the bot building workflow. We were here last year. If any of you are repeat visitors, and Zoran and Daniel led this last year, and the bot building workflow's changed a little bit in 365 days. So I'm very excited to be here with Sarah, which we can hop into intros now, but very excited to talk about the evolution of the bot building workflow, specifically when it comes to what we're seeing with conversational AI teams today. So awesome. Sarah, if you want to hop to the next one, I'll introduce myself really quickly. I'm Sam Burns. I lead our Breaking Bots workshop series, where we go in and we actually break existing live bots of some of your favorite brands like Nike, Decathlon. We're doing the California DMV next week, going in with conversation designers and developers and saying, hey, what's wrong? What can we break? But then actually going and rebuilding it. And so I'm happy to be a part of this today to think about conversation design principles, breaking bots, and representing the Voiceflow team. Today is going to be a lot about building bots, less breaking. And to help you guys with the Voiceflow side, excited to have Sarah here. Sarah, thank you for joining the session.
Hi, absolutely. I guess I'll just do a quick little intro myself. So I am the content and data management product manager for Voiceflow. Primarily, I manage the NLU management functionality, as well as the knowledge base, and a whole lot of the AI steps and functionality there. So very excited for this conversation. Seems rather relevant to my purview. So I'm really pumped to hear what you guys have to say, hear your questions, and to build some bots together.
Absolutely. Yeah. To piggyback on that, Sarah is the product expert in this space. So use the chat, use the Q&A, hop on and ask questions in the specific build times. And she'll be able to definitely, I know that knowledge base was a comment in the Q&A a bunch already. So definitely we're excited to chat about that, the blending of NLUs and LLM. So Sarah, thank you for lending your expertise. Peter is not here yet because it's 2 a.m. in Australia where he is. So he's probably sleeping unless his toddler will come up right now, but he will be joining. Sarah will lead the first half of this. And then after the lunch break, Peter, who used to be a conversation designer at Woolies, a large retailer in Australia, is now on the Voiceful team, helping teams all around the world with their conversation design principles, collaboration, and workflow. So we're very lucky to have him as well. He'll be showing some more advanced designs and applications of what Sarah will be teaching you in the beginning here. But yeah, in terms of the agenda, Sarah, if you want to hop to the next one, We'll take you through what we're going to look at today. So this is right now, 10 a.m. Pacific. We're going to be getting started with VoiceFlow. So really, if you're new to it, if you need a refresher, if you've known it, this is a good chance to level set using a template that we'll give everyone in about a couple minutes here. And Sarah's going to take you through step-by-step getting started. Then we'll give everyone here a time to be in their workspace and build their first flow, and ask any questions of Sarah or myself as you get started. After that, we'll hop back into here to talk about NLU, LLMs, and adding AI to the workflow. And then specifically, Sarah's going to have some fun showing you those LLMs and generative AI features on Canvas, which I'm very excited about as well. Then we'll end on a lunch break. Before we hop over to Peter in the second half of today, I'll give that agenda right now on the next slide, Sarah, here, before we hop in.
Having slide transition issues over here.
No, you're totally fine. Pitch will do that to you. And yes, as I mentioned, Peter's going to be really focused on how he uses knowledge-based prompt chaining collaboration to build some pretty cool use cases that he's already built out, to kind of show you what's possible. Then there will be some build time with Peter. Access to Peter is few and far between. So use that access in the chat, in the Q&A, to ask him questions about your specific project. And then you can submit that project, whether you're launching on web chat, SMS, Dialog, Flow CX, whatever you choose today. You'll submit that project for review and certification, and we'll give you guys a review this week and give any feedback. So I think that's enough of me. Sarah, do you want to hop over to the next slide and I can give people access while you prep in product, if that works?
Perfect. Absolutely.
While Sarah's jumping over to the product, as mentioned, as part of this workshop, we're giving everyone 30 days of our enterprise workspace. I'm going to drop that invite link in the chat here. It's a long link, so you can't miss it. This will drop you right into VoiceFlow. If you have an account already, that's fine. I would encourage you to join this specific workspace. It's built for this workshop. And there already are some templates in here, including ones that Sarah might be using today. So you could follow along. She'll talk you through that. But this workspace will go for 30 days. It's full enterprise access, so you'll have all the AI features, everything you want on that note. And it's a good place to build along with us. Sarah, I think you'd probably agree that building along with you is the best way to learn VoiceFlow today, or watching the recording after the fact too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Well, I will turn it over to you then, Sarah, and we will go from there.
Okay, thank you so much, Sam. So maybe I can get a quick pulse check, maybe something in the chat. Is everybody signed in, ready to go? Maybe I'll just get started anyway. So what we are looking at here is the home base of our assistant. So welcome to VoiceFlow for those of you guys who are new. We are looking here at one of the domains that I have available. This is my personal playground. In here, I can see all of my different assistants. You can see there's lots of different types of assistants. I'm just going to point out everything that's on this side here before we dive into one of them in particular. Over here, something in particular I want to point out is the settings section, because we're going to be talking today quite a bit about LLMs and AI features. In order to have that toggled, this should be defaulted, but I want to point this out just in case the AI features aren't working for anybody on the call. A double check to make sure to check the settings on this page and make sure that the VoiceFlow AI assistance toggle is turned on. This toggle is across all assistants on in your workspace, so you are able to access all of these awesome features. Second, we default to have our new dashboard be in cards, but you can also look at it at Kanban styles. We have a couple of different UX styles to look from, and then you can of course delete a workspace, but we don't recommend you do that. Okay, so diving into my assistants, I'm going to create a new assistant here. So my new assistant, let's call it we're going to give it a name. And there's two main types of assistants you can build on VoiceFlow. There are the AI assistant types, and those are where you are building from scratch with NLU incorporated. Then there's the second type where you are designing for an NLU platform like Dialogflow. So today, what we're going to be focusing on is building the AI assistant so I can show you that full breadth. You're going to click accept and sign the waiver. And now gets the fun part. So now we get to pick our channel. So I am going to pick a web chat today. And I'm going to specify my language as English. And click OK. Right at this stage, you can already start to add some workspace members because VoiceFlow is a collaborative tool. But for today, I'm just going to keep it as myself. Wonderful. So I'm defaulted into a nice little starter template right here. So I'm just going to take a little bit of time and walk through what we see here on our canvas. If there are any questions, like Sam said, please feel free to put them directly into the chat and we will address them as we can. So I'm going to first point out everything that's on the left-hand panel. So right now I am looking at my designer canvas. My canvas, this is where my assistant lives. So it is infinite. I can stretch all around here. Second, I have my knowledge base. We're going to get into some cool use cases. I'll do little demos for you here. The knowledge base is a very intuitive new feature involved with VoiceFlow. A couple of things to point out. We do have documentation available right here. So if you want to skip right to the docs for knowledge base, you can access it right here. Add our data source and we can preview the data source. Again, I'm going to go into a specific example here, but just wanted to highlight the main Canvas functionality available in the knowledge base section. We're now going to skip down to the NLU manager. I see we have a hand up.
Yeah, Sarah, Bina's having a little bit of issue accessing the asking the product. So I'll support in the chat if you're having any issues, so Sarah can continue. And then if you have any questions as we go, drop them in the chat and Sarah will answer them after the demo. Or I'll raise my hand if there's something really pressing to jump into, if that works.
Thank you, Sam. Awesome. So we are right now, we are 3 icons down on the left-hand side. We are in our NLU manager. So I'm just going to kind of highlight the key pieces here. In the NLU manager, you have intents, and you have entities, and you have unclassified utterances. Inside of your intents, this is where you can define new intents. You can also import a model of intents directly inside of this view. And I will walk through in detail how we can go about doing that. And we can use AI to generate utterances so we are not writing all of those ourselves. Fourth one down here, we have transcripts. So transcripts are every time that you are communicating through the prototyping tool or the test tool, you are sharing a link to an assistant that you built in VoiceFlow with one of your colleagues. You can access everything that they do with your assistant in this transcript section right here. So very helpful. Next, we have analytics. This is a blank assistant, so I don't have any analytics. But if you are sharing, again, the test link, which I will show you how to access, as well as prototyping, or of course, if you are using VoiceFlow to host your assistant, you can see some top-level analytics here about interactions, sessions, the top intents being accessed, and recognition rate. So this dashboard is very helpful for high-level direction on how your assistant can be improved in a no-code environment. Second last icon from the left here, we have integrations. This is where we would integrate, because I picked a web chat in this example here, I would integrate directly with web chat. And this is also the perfect opportunity to speak to the 3 different ways that VoiceFlow can be used. VoiceFlow can be used entirely as a no-code assistant building software. It can also be used as a production house using our dialogue API, so it can actually host your assistant. Or it can be used, you can use the project API. And in that use case, that is where you are using the you're using VoiceFlow as your content management system, and you are retrieving information and steps and content about your assistant directly through the project API. And in those circumstances, you would not be hosting directly on VoiceFlow. You would be using a third party, but you would want to keep all your conversation data in one place. Okay, and then lastly here we have settings. This is project or assistant specific settings. And the main thing I want to point out here is you have some Canvas interactions that you can modify right now. But additionally, you have global no match settings. So on the topic of LLMs and AI, this is something else I like to point off right off the bat. Global no match will trigger in your assistant if it does not hit on an intent, and then it does not hit on knowledge base, and it goes to global no match. I'm assuming most of you guys are familiar with the concept. What I want to point out here is VoiceFlow has the ability to set either a static or a generative no match. And that is really powerful because it can mean that you can use LLM features very targeted without having randomly generalized answers. If you want to have a specific workflow, and then you don't want it to default to have just general AI query to generate a response, you can lock that down here by selecting, or in this case, it is a default, keeping it at static. So this means, again, you can still access LLM features, but you would do so on the step level, and it would stop your assistant if it can't find anything in your knowledge base or in your intents from querying general questions provided. And this can be very important for enterprise use cases where you want to make sure that your assistant isn't able to answer questions that might be deemed inappropriate or are not proprietary to your domain as your company. So you want to kind of like lock down the content that it can speak to. You want to make sure you keep it on static. Otherwise, in situations like if you want to ask your assistant, why is the sky blue? That's probably not going to be in your intents, and it's probably not going to be in your knowledge base. So if you want your assistant to be able to answer questions like that, that's where you would need to turn on the generative feature. More on that to come.
Hey,
Okay.
Sarah, before you hop into the Canvas, we had a few questions about people confused about not seeing the NLU manager on their view. Can you give a quick call out about the different project types just to level set for people today on like what you're showing versus what assistant they might have opened when seeing NLU manager or not?
Yes. Okay. Absolutely. So the NLU manager in particular is a functionality. Let me just go back to the dashboard here. So back when we spoke to building an AI assistant versus designing for an NLU platform, if you chose the second option, you will not default to have the NLU manager available. But if you are going into building an AI assistant, it should be there. Is anybody having issues with that? Hopefully not.
Yeah, if anyone is having issues, you can drop me a DM specifically and we can troubleshoot that on the back end so Sarah can continue. Just wanted to call that out, Sarah, just because there were a few questions about that.
Yeah.
And okay, awesome. I will turn it back over to you then.
Okay, absolutely. Okay, let's go into our Fun Assistant Designer. Okay, at this point, I'm going to take a pause, kind of going through the what do we see on the screen? And I'm just going to speak to VoiceFlow in general for how to approach it and how to guide you through thinking about learning VoiceFlow. When we are here on the Canvas view, this is where you actually build your assistant. The main components of building that assistant are your steps that are all outlined here. And this is an entirely a GUI interface, as well as you have the ability to sort parts of your assistants in things that we call topics. Topics exist purely for the functionality of separating out your assistant into bite-sized chunks of relatability so that it's not, it doesn't get a little bit too overwhelming all on your canvas. So if you have the entirety of your company's assistant all on one topic, all in one canvas, it can start to get really, really tiny when you want to zoom out and find everything. So the way that we like to recommend as a best practice is when you are setting up your assistant to use topics to sort through different topics of information. So for example, you might have a help topic and then different types of help troubleshooting or setting up an account. And you would have multiple intents that exist underneath that topic. Again, it's mostly just superficial at the top level to help sort through your various ideas to create a cleaner assistant experience. Components are purely reusable sets of blocks that you save as a component and then can drag in onto your canvas at any time. A very common example of when you would use components would be a handoff to a person or troubleshooting a particular like account system where you wanted to have like an API set up or any particular flow that happens over and over and over again. You would want to save that as a component and then you can copy that onto your canvas at any time. So let's say that at the end of every flow, you want to have a workflow that says, is there anything else I can help you with? And then maybe it's a funny picture or something dynamic. You can make sure to save that as a component, that set of blocks, and you can drag it on at any time. I'm going to go into the steps now. So the way that our block is set up, by the way, if you are coming in and you see that you only have 4, I guess 5, sections set up here, just hover right below underneath the logic and expand. I just know that comes up sometimes where people are like, how do you have extra sections? You have them too. They're just hidden to try and keep the menu as tight as possible. So we're going to start off actually with the talk steps. Okay. We're going to start first with the talk step. So just a bit of a precursor, depending on the assistant type that you chose, we don't have the same exact sets of steps available. So some of this will vary depending on whether you are using a voice assistant, a chat assistant, depending on the channel that is collaborative with. Some things just don't make sense. So that's why these might vary depending on the assistant that you're looking at. So let's just go under the assumption that you are under a web chat. If you are not, I can speak to some of the other steps, but web chat does have most of the steps available. So inside of the talk step, this is where the assistant itself is talking to your user. So obviously we have the text step. Let's just drag this on here. Okay, in the talk step, we would type whatever you are hoping that your assistant is to say, and then we can right away here in this very first step, we can see some of the generative AI features that Voiceflow has to offer. So just as a quick example, I'm not building a flow at this point. I'm just kind of going high level just to demonstrate. So hello, welcome. Nice to have you here. Once you put in a first utterance, you can put in a couple utterances if you want to provide more varied training data. But in this case, I just want to have one sentence and I wanted to create variants of that utterance that I am saying to my consumer. So let's just generate 3. Okay, these all look fine. I will accept all of them. Down here, you can set canvas variability as well. You can show a preview or you can show all variants directly on your screen. I'm going to keep it as a default to just show the preview, but you can actually list all the variants if you wish. And you can set that as the default in all of your text steps. Outside of the text step, we have an image card, an image step. Here's where you would upload a specific image, or you can link if you have like a dynamic image generator. A card step, which is very similar, but unlike an image step, a card step is you would have multiple images at once. And then you can write a description underneath. Same with the link generator. Oh, I apologize. Only one image. I was thinking of carousel, and carousel is exactly like a card, except you would have multiple images that would carousel through horizontally. Assuming probably a number of these steps are familiar to everybody here. Listen steps, buttons. A button is a very determinant way of having your user to provide what they want without, in fact, having to say every time with just free form text. So in this circumstance for the button, maybe button 1 is you're giving your user options. So this is where you would label what the first option is, and then you can attach that to an intent. We have not created any intent so far, or you can attach it to an action. Actions in VoiceFlow are shortcuts to other things. So it's easier sometimes to use actions and cleaner for your canvas than dragging the arrow flow to various parts of your canvas all over the place, especially if you are using topics and nicely sorting all of your different intents together by theme. Sometimes you will have the user's flow jumping from topic to topic and intent to intent. So this is a really nice way to do it directly. You can have this particular button when the user clicks on it in the web chat interface. It can go to a specific other block in your assistant, or it can go to an intent, or it can just end the conversation altogether. You can also obviously do some other components as well. And then lastly, we have a choice step. A choice step is different than a button step, because a button, they are actually interacting with the various intents, but a choice step is slightly different. And I will show you an example of what that looks like. And then we have capture. So all of these listen steps, right, have a default listening. The capture automatically defaults to capture the entire user's reply and save as less utterance. This is the default every time. You can absolutely save it to be something very specific, a specific entity that you've defined that you want it to capture. So let's say you are asking the user to tell you the size, but you didn't give a drop-down list of buttons. In this case, you like, please tell me what size you want. And then you could use the capture to actually pull out the size. And then it would use the NLU model to grab that entity to label the correct size. Wonderful. Next, we have logic conditions. So these are incredibly helpful when you want to create branch paths in your assistant. We have the condition step, which is a bunch of if statements. This is really, really helpful in cases where, depending on, for example, if it's a new user, so the session ID, or it's a repeat user, you can create different conditions, different types of greetings, and different whole flows altogether. We also have the set step, and this is where you are defining variables. So here you can use the expression to define how the variable is set. You say what variable you want to be applied, and you can enter the label. You have random logic. And this is where you are defining the various different paths that you want to have curated. Now we're getting quite detailed into the different types of flow, so I'm probably going to stop bringing the specific steps onto the canvas because it's getting a little bit too in the weeds. But this is just to specialize so that you can get very specific listening functionality depending on your particular use case. You, of course, can also like drag in a component here, and you can just end altogether. It's just another way to drag to end a part of a conversation. We then have developer steps as well. So this is where you can actually define your post or your get API calls. You can put in direct JavaScript, or you can create custom steps altogether if you are code inclined and want to define those steps right off the bat. And lastly, this is the library. The library here, these are little templates. So I don't know if you guys saw what I just did there. A library is like a component. So a library set of blocks is like a component. You can save it the same way. So in this case, in order to have that library API call example defined, it was originally, those steps were defined. Then it was just copied like that, and it was saved as a library component. What this does and why it differs from components in the library is because when you take a particular instance of a library section of blocks and you modify it in that instance, it doesn't change the rest of the instances, versus a component is considered to be universal. So if you modify a component, it will change all of the components. So just a bit of differentiation there between the library and the component section, because we know reusability is really key. So that's the main section here for kind of overview for how to use VoiceFlow. I was going to set off to start to create an example flow.
Yeah,
Sam,
I think
does that sound good?
that's a great idea. I was just going to pop on to let everyone know that if they refresh, they should now see the NLU manager on their workspace for both project types. That was just applied now to the workspace, so you all can try that feature alongside and see exactly what Sarah's seeing on the back end. But yeah, absolutely. So this next half hour is blocked to start building your own flow. So I think this is a great chance, Sarah, in the first 10 to 15 to build an example flow on screen. And people can build along with you, and then ask any questions as we give about 20 to 15 to actually go heads down and build their own.
Okay, perfect. So for the example flow that I'm going to build out here, I'm going to take advantage of the NLU manager. So I'm going to define some intents, but I am not going to go out of my way to use the AI steps. And that is because after we give you some time to build out some of the flows yourself, so after I take a break from talking, you guys go build out a flow yourselves. I will be showing 2 very detailed examples using prompt chaining and the AI steps for how that can come to life. So for right now, I'm going to do a more basic workflow just to get you guys started. Okay, so we're going to start off first. I'm going to make an example flow that ironically is going to teach somebody how to use my software, which is VoiceFlow. So in this example, I'm going to find my start, and I'm not going to use the template that comes in here. So I'm just going to drag my start all the way down, and I'm going to delete that arrow. So I just clicked it, and I clicked the delete button. So I'm starting with essentially a brand new flow. Okay, so what we're going to do first here, everyone can follow along, is I'm going to set a very basic persona. So, because I want to have a custom greeting, we are going to go to the set step. So I'm just going to slow down a little bit here. We're going to go to the logic section on the steps menu, and I'm going to drag over a set step. Wonderful. Inside of my set step, I'm going to call this set persona. I'm going to apply it to, and what this is asking for here is a variable. So I am going to apply it to a persona. Let's call it in this case, happy persona. And I'm going to click the plus because this is a new variable. Wonderful. And now I am going to put details about my persona. So you are a happy chatbot that has been doing their job a long time. You make a lot of jokes and are very patient. Okay, it is critical here that this is defined as a string. So I didn't do that on purpose so you could see what happens. If I move out of here, it is telling me that it is expecting to define this as an insert. So you do actually need to put quotation marks around it. I encourage you all to define your own personas and not to define it the way that I did. So put whatever persona you wish. Okay. Now I want to have a quick divergent path to show different different types of welcome greetings depending on whether it is a new user or return user. So the way I'm going to do that here is my logic if step. And you'll notice here for Canvas, again, consolidation and a really clean canvas, you can combine a lot of the steps together. And it's personal preference when you do this. It doesn't change anything about how the actual assistant functions. Okay, so in this case, my first condition is going to be new user. And my condition is going to be if my sessions is equal to 1. Wait, is. No. Perfect. Sessions is 1. So that's my first defining that I'm going to do there. And then I'm going to add a second condition. I'm going to call this one returning user. Is greater than 1. Okay, so I'm just going to keep it here for a moment. So you can see I have 2 conditions defined. If my session is 1 or my sessions is greater than 1. Okay, at that point, I am going to exit out of my condition step. I don't need any more conditions. Okay. Okay, here, I'm going to use my talk step. Oh, apologize. There we go. I'm going to use a response AI step, and we are going to leverage our persona. In the response AI step, I will go through this in detail when I do the more detailed example, but for this use case, I just want to demonstrate where you would put in the details about the persona. So I have happy persona, and then I'm going to say, generate a unique and fun coffee orient. Oh, no. I haven't defined it for a coffee shop yet, but to a brand new customer and ask how you do. Okay. And then in my prompt section, I also am going to put happy persona. I'm going to go through the details of how to use this for now. Just leave this the way that it is. I'm going to go through details of how to adjust the prompt settings later. So for now, just leave the defaults. Okay, perfect. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to actually copy and paste that block. But now I need to define it for a return user. I'm going to define here, I don't want it to use their name because you are using generative AI, so sometimes it will make stuff up. Again, I'm just going to leave the prompt settings as they were. Okay, wonderful. If you are following so far, at this point, I now want them to openly ask for information. So in this use case, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to, are you guys looking at, did it switch over to, can you see my Wikipedia article?
Yeah, jump to water skiing here.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to grab a random article from the internet. So in this case, I grabbed a Wikipedia article on water skiing. So just in my quick example here, my assistant is going to help the user with water skiing questions, and you're going to see how in a moment. I'm going to go back to my fun assistant. Perfect. Okay. I'm going to now go into my knowledge base. I'm going to go up here to add data source. I'm going to paste my water skiing URL. And just because when you're playing and adding data to assistants, it's always nice to do a pressure test on the data source before you go too far. So what I would encourage you then to do with whatever data source you select is to use our AI preview button. So let's ask the assistant a question. Let's say, what are the basics of water skiing? Wonderful. So I can see came up with a perfectly good response to that question from my knowledge base source. And I can see I have my sources listed below. I can even see the chunks that were pulled to synthesize that response. Up here in the settings, you will notice that there is an existing system prompt for knowledge base and that the defaults here are quite different. I will go into the details again when we go through some of the more robust AI examples. I just wanted to make sure that this preliminary example was a little bit of an intro to some of the AI features, since I'm sure you guys are very eager to jump right into those. Okay, so we've set a persona. We're going to give a dynamic greeting depending on whether it's a new user or an existing user. But now, let's say in my use case here, I'm sorry.
The lines are being finicky.
Yes, they are. Okay, I'm just going to reload.
And while you troubleshoot that really quickly, Sarah, there were a lot of comments about like componentization and the library. I think from what we see teams use, like people would maybe reuse this new user, returning user component, for example, save it to their library, and then their team can go and repurpose it, right? Or you have one sprint at the beginning where devs, PMs, and design all agree on what the new user flow looks like. It's decided once, and then it's repurposed across every assistant. Would that be accurate to what you're seeing today?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
That's perfect.
That's a great example. I think I forget who had the question, but just Andrew. Yeah, Andrew had the good question. Cool. Back to you, Sarah. Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. Also on those collaborative features, right? So if components are being defined and you have your team members coming in, we do have comment features that are available. So you can add comments directly. They can be resolved all in features. So this is some of the collaborative functionality. I know today we're not collaborating a whole lot with the assistants being built in this workshop. But if you were, I know the comments features get used quite a lot. And so in the case where you were defining perhaps a new component that would be very reusable, I'm sure there would be some comments as that is being further defined. Okay. All right, so we've had a greeting, and I'm just going to make a really simple flow in this use case. So then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to just have a listen for all intents. So what that's going to allow me to do is I'm going to make one intent, and then I'm going to access my knowledge base as well. So I'm going to leave it nice and open-ended. And in order to create an open-ended, what I mean is you want it to be able to listen for anything, but you're not trying to define it too far, right? You just want to welcome and have an open-ended assistant. What I recommend doing is just dragging over a choice step as is, and then not modifying anything. So you'll see here the default is listen for an intent. So it's just listening. Perfect. Okay, so all we have done at this point is define a persona, and we have welcomed dynamically. So now what we're going to do is we're going to define an intent. So what I'm going to do, there's a couple of ways to do this in VoiceFlow, but for speed, I'm going to go directly into my NLU manager. I'm now going to add a new intent. I'm going to call this intent sign up for an account. Probably just sign up actually. And then I'm going to use the generative features to quickly create this intent. So I'll put in a couple examples for the generative AI to go off of. I want to sign up. Register. Oh, we didn't need to put that many in. And then I'm going to use the generative function. I'm going to generate some more utterances. Those are all perfectly fine. I will accept all of them. What you can also do here, this doesn't apply in my use case, so I'm just coming up with a quick example, but you can come up with intents that have obviously entities incorporated inside of the utterances. So as you do so, for example, just to demonstrate, I have an account. I'm just making that up as a new entity. You'll see how it then shot me over to create that entity. Let's say it's a number. So now that I have that as an utterance, it is now labeled as a required entity. This is very useful for setting up accounts and a lot of different workflows where you need to have a certain amount of information captured from the user before you can go on to the next step. And then you can have reprompting and a bunch of other dynamic workflows. So just wanted to point that out, that you can do that all very easily right here. But this doesn't make sense in my use case, so I will take that out. Okay, I now have a new intent, sign up. But I have that nowhere in my assistant. So I'm going to create a new topic. I'm going to call it sign up. And it already comes with vaulted select intent. I'm going to select my only intent that I've defined, sign up. And in this case, I'm going to just do a really quick little workflow. It's just going to say, great, let's get started. And then it will continue with a bunch of different flows from there. I just need it to trigger so that you guys could see that. And then I'm going to leave an open capture step so it can go on to the knowledge base, which again, only has a water skiing example. Okay. So to recap, before we do our prototyping and testing, all the assistant does right now is it sets a persona. It then welcomes the user dynamically, and it listens for an intent. So what I'm going to test for is I'm going to show you how I can ask a bunch of water skiing questions, and it will really dynamically respond to those questions. And then I will also show you how I can ask the question related to the intent that I defined, and it will go down that workflow. Great. Okay, so there's a couple of different ways that you can test your assistant. Voiceflow makes it incredibly easy to test dynamically in the tool. The really quick way, actually, I'll just show you organically, is if we were to go run. There we go. You will notice that your assistant will ask you to do training. So let's train our assistants together because otherwise the NLU has not been trained and it will not find my intent.
This is where we need to fire, training music or something. It needs to be built into the product so we can have a little bit of some Jeopardy music or something, right?
A little Jeopardy soundtrack,
exactly. Did you name your water ski store in the Fun Assistant? I feel like we have to come up with a water skiing business name of some sort. Sarah?
Sure, or like don't tell mom, because water skiing is incredibly dangerous.
It's black market water skiing. I love it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so you'll notice here when I'm testing my assistant that I'm going to want to define some variables. So, okay, let me just walk through in detail how to do that as I am testing. Okay. right at start. And I'm going to define it according to sessions as a 1. Okay, so what I'm doing right now, got a little caught up in the excitement of the build there. What I am doing is, because I am prototyping with myself, I have to tell the assistant what persona I am coming in with. So in this case, I'm defining the 2 personas, right, that my assistant is expecting to have. It's expecting to already see a new user or an existing user. So all I'm doing is just reclassifying those by the same things, which means I need to have a new user. I want it to start right at my start block. I want it to be defined by the variable sessions, right? Because that's how I defined it before, if it was equal to 1 or greater than 1. And then I'm defining what that means. So a new user, the sessions is equal to 1. And that's because that's the way I defined it before. Create my persona. Reset test. I'm also going to make a second persona. Let's say 5. Okay. All right, in this use case, let's actually pick that I am an existing user. When you are running your assistant, you'll notice that I have a bunch of stuff up here, and it's because I like to run all of my tests with up here in the settings besides share prototype. I like to run it in debug mode with intent confidence score defined. That helps me really clearly. I get a bunch of different stuff defined in there, and then I can really clearly see whether or not it's hit a no match intent, whether or not it's gone to my knowledge base. So I really encourage you turn these on. Okay, so let's see what happened here. Hello there, new friend. Welcome to my little corner of the internet. I'm excited to chat with you today. How can I assist you? Wait a minute, hold on. I want to restart my assistant because I did not put that in properly. Do existing user, there we go. No, it keeps defaulting to 5. Okay, either way, you have my happy assistant here. Hello there, sunshine. Welcome to our chat service. I'm happy to be your personal assistant. What can I do to make your day brighter? Okay, so he is very, very happy. The persona is established. I feel the love. Okay, I want to find out some stuff about water skiing. Can you tell me if water skiing is dangerous? Okay, yes, water skiing is potentially dangerous and safety measures are important. You will notice I did not define any intent, and this was not searched for just globally using just GPT or an LLM model. This actually came directly from my knowledge base. And you can see here, because I have a little brain icon, as opposed to previously when I had the response AI step, I have the AI icon. So I can clearly see here this response is coming from my knowledge base. Let's ask another question. Same question we asked the knowledge base preview of water skiing. The basics of water skiing include a deep water start. You get the idea. What I want to point out here is the none intent match. That's really critical here. Remember, I mentioned previously that the way that VoiceFlow works today is that it will first, when your user asks a question, it will look in the NLU or wherever it is in the state dialog. If it doesn't find a match to an existing intent, it will then search all of your knowledge base content. So all the sources that you have, I have one source, but you could have 50 sources. It will search all of that. If it doesn't find a related match, it will then go to the global no match. So I can see in this case, my no match was high enough in both cases that it was like, we have no existing NLU that matches. I went to my knowledge base. Okay, let's see if we can hit the intent that we defined. I want to sign up. Perfect. So it went to in this case, I'm not sure what I'm signing up for, but I'm signing up. In this case, it went directly to my intent, and you can see really nicely that it guided me towards that topic on my VoiceFlow canvas. So I think I went a little bit over time, but hopefully this was helpful. Sam, that's it for my demo for right now. So I think we'll pass it over, and then I'll share my screen again later, and we'll go through some really detailed and pretty neat AI LM examples.
Yeah, absolutely. That was fantastic, Sarah. Thank you for distilling it so well. If you want to jump back to the canvas, just for people to kind of use that as a level set area. I'll say this right now. We'll spend about 15-20 minutes or so on like heads down working sessions, and also kind of open Q&A. So if you have Q&A questions right now, we'll just kind of be jamming here. You guys can, if you need to do a breakout room, we can do that. I think ideally, if you guys would want to take what Sarah built here and build it for yourself, or maybe you built it already while you watched, it's a good chance to ask some good specific questions now, or use this time to get a water, or even do some more design. That said, Sarah, there are a few questions, if I can kind of rapid fire you right now from the chat.
Yeah, let's do it.
So Patricia was asking, will customers see the brain/AI logos in the sources, or in kind of talking about the prototyping versus the live experience? If you can talk more towards that.
They will not be seeing the AI and the knowledge base. It will be symbiotic for them. This is for the creator experience.
Yep, absolutely. And then Samar asked, since we are powering bots with LLMs now, does that mean combo designers are no longer need extensive spreadsheets with sample utterances classified into intents, or do we need just less sample utterances for each intent now? That's a great question, Samar.
Oh, that's a good question. And I feel you get a lot of different opinions. In my personal opinion, I think you're right on that just having less examples as opposed to just a one example. If you have, I think we've all been through this, right, with the generative, or if you play with GPT at all, if you just provide one example, the generative or variants that are produced can be kind of one-noted or very flat. They'll really kind of stick to the constructs of what you defined, versus if you provide a couple of different varied examples, I found really great generative variants are created after that. So I would say maybe less examples.
Yeah. And I think across the board, we're seeing data scientists, devs, designers, they're not using spreadsheets anymore, and instead they're using the NLU manager. They're doing all that work in-house inside the tool, versus starting on like a static Excel or a Sheets or a Miro, for example, and just starting here, collaborating inside, optimizing from what the customer is saying, what transcripts are showing, and adding that into the NLU model. Not to mention any sort of LLM type of classification, which Sarah will tease and Peter will show a little bit later, in terms of using LLMs to classify intent. That's a whole nother piece to uncover. But great question, Samar. Stefan mentioned and asked during the sign up, what happens? Asking the user a few questions. What happens if they ask a question instead? How do slots get filled? So maybe Stefan, if you could ask him, if you could follow up, are you asking about like specifically the sign up intent and flow that Sarah built here? I don't think you're talking about the voice flow sign up, but specifically the sign up flow where she said, let's get started. If you can drop a follow-up question in the chat, that would be great, and we can come back. Here's one, Sarah.
I can just ask you to.
Oh yeah, jump in, yeah.
Yeah, so imagine that you're botting for a certain information from the user. And then you're asking those questions, right? And then you're like putting them in the user value.
Stefan, your mic is a little bit distant right now. I think I don't know if you got a different source going on. Could you get it?
Yeah. Okay. Is that better?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so imagine that in your use case, you need certain information from the user in order to service them, and then instead of giving the information, the user asks a on-topic or off-topic question and diverts the conversation. How does the bot go back and gather that information? I can give you an example. Let's say that you're like in line at a coffee shop and you're ready to order, and then the barista asks you what you like, what kind of coffee you'd like. And you say like a latte. And then she asks you what size it is, but then you ask her a question about the pastries, right? Eventually, the barista is going to come back and ask, finish your order when it comes to, what size coffee you want, what type of milk, and so on. So how does the bot handle situations like that, where the user diverts the conversation, maybe triggers a different intent, or the knowledge base, or none of the above? How does that bring back the conversation to the original, ordering coffee in this example?
Sure. Okay. So in the use case where you want the user to come back and be able to leave, I will address two parts of that. If you are extracting a particular piece of information from the user, like size, for example, you would want that to be saved as a variable, and that it saves for the entirety of the conversation. So it doesn't matter how many detours take place. So that would be something that in the NLU, sorry for anyone who's looking at my screen, I'm going to switch over. In my, this is my little NLU view. This is also valid if you guys want to see NLU there. I just prefer the larger view. Okay, so inside of the NLU, in here, you would define entities, and you would want it to be like size, and then you would say like small, medium, and large, and then you would use the capture set to capture the size. And then if the user made a request that diverged off the path, you do have the ability to do so at certain points, but most defined flows, it will keep reprompting them at a particular point, unless you are continuously defining open intent pathways. So it's not, once a user has defined, has started down a particular flow, it can be difficult to offshoot off of that flow mid-flow, and that's partially by design, so that one check balance is ended before another has begun. So in the use case where they're asking a miscellaneous question, it would hit the no match. It would search your knowledge base. So this is the perfect use case where I'm saying knowledge base is your best friend, because if you're following along the flow and then it asks a question that's totally related, but you don't have anything in your knowledge base, it's going to keep prompting you to resolve the flow. But at the end of every flow, you can have it jump all around and come right back to where you were. But yeah, if you don't, if you're partway through, like if you're partway through the coffee order and they ask another question, right now, it's a little bit tricky to have it leave, go ask a question if it's not in your knowledge base, and then come back exactly to the same point in the flow.
So to summarize, it would be like if you're asking about pastries, it will tell you a little bit about pastries because it's probably in your knowledge base. But if you're asking about pizza, it'll just ask you what size coffee you want.
Oh, okay. So it's not a totally, it's related to their order, right?
Yeah, it could be. It has this potential of being related to the order, right? Because you're asking about pastries, which is related to, like, you go to a coffee shop, you could order coffee, you could order pastries, right? But you can't order pizza.
Yeah, I think, Stefan, that what you're hitting on is what I think Sarah's going to cover in the next half hour or so is actually pretty helpful to this, of just understanding the layers of the NLU model, the knowledge base, and then more of like tweaking just generally your LLM model that you have plugged in, because there's think of it almost like fail safe after fail safe, right? The NLU, to her point, is like once you're down that order path, you're down that order path. Yet if something's not in that order path or an open intent, well, then great, we're going to check the knowledge base. If it's not in the knowledge base, then we're going to have more of that global no match feel, getting people back to the last thing that they were at. So that's kind of, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Sarah, that kind of like upside down pyramid, or I guess right side up pyramid, is the way that someone would design from the NLU to the knowledge base to more of the model that they have plugged in with persona attached to each.
Yes. And I mean, if you were asking something, if you had not defined an intent for pizza, there was no API link to a pizza menu or pizza items, and they started asking about pizza, just to be clear, it would identify that this wasn't within its wheelhouse, and it would direct back to the menu items like the bakery and the coffee that it has available. But to the examples I'm going to show in a little bit, the response, like the AI steps, handle this much better.
Okay.
Than the traditional like pathway.
Yeah, a little far more dynamically, but yeah.
Awesome. One more question here before we go, before we wrap up Q&A, maybe give people a break here for 5 or 10 minutes. The YouTube video came up for the knowledge base, Sarah. I know you're going to touch on that a little bit more. Could you just review maybe the sources for knowledge base today, and if YouTube, I don't believe that's supported as of today from a transcript perspective, but maybe I'm wrong.
Adding YouTube videos to, okay.
Yeah, the
Yes,
question was like the transcript from that YouTube video, which I think is a step.
Yes. So the way that the data sources that are compatible today, long story short, I recommend that you take the transcript from a YouTube video and then save it as either a doc file, a PDF, or a text. Because today, if you just linked to the YouTube link, it won't be able to. However, that is on our roadmap to include the links to any compatible video software that automatically provides a transcript, that you will be able to paste the URL and it will automatically source the transcript as a default. It won't be able to pull the images in the video, but it will actually pull the raw text content from that YouTube file. But today, you will need to save that manually as one of the compatible data formats.
Yeah, that's super exciting. I think that same question goes is, can you just drop a general domain to look at the whole sitemap, or do you have to share each individual URL or upload each individual URL of the web page that you'd like in the knowledge base? That question also dropped. Is there best practice with that today? And then roadmap tease there.
Yes, the roadmap teases sitemap is coming, but today you do need to paste the individual URLs. As a word of just a heads up, because this does come up a lot, and now we're talking about knowledge base, which is directly in my purview. I do just want to precurse that not all URLs are created equal. I'm sure that's fairly intuitive to everyone here, but I'll just speak to that a little bit. There was a reason why I defaulted to a Wikipedia article. So my general word of the wise or best practice today is to try when possible to use URLs that read as close as possible to blogs or are very text heavy, just because the limitations that we have for knowledge base in VoiceFlow today is that we are not able to pull out pictures. And if you have a lot of websites that people have been trying to load in, they'll take like a random kind of menu page and it'll have a lot of out of context text all over the place. It's very kind of funky and very modern web page. But in terms of a raw scraping, it's incredibly difficult to actually contextually pull the string together. So it will load in, it will say successful, it will be all fine. But then when you go to test preview questions, you get very weird responses. So that's why I recommend, especially with URLs, when you load in the URL, preview and ask some of the basic questions. And if you're not getting good responses, it's likely as a result of a poorly compatible URL. So we are going to make the URL format a bit more robust. That will be improving over time. So we'll be able to read that better and better. But today, the more complex, scattered, less structured your URL, generally assume the worse the knowledge base responses are going to be.
Yeah, the knowledge base is only as good as the information, the formatting that you're giving it, right? And obviously that'll continue to get better and more forgiving. But I think what you're describing now, Sarah, and we talk about GPT and LLM's impact on conversation design. The conversation designer's role now is the guardrailing and the curation of this content, right? More than creating every linear flow, every single response hard coded. I think what we're seeing here and hitting on what Stefan mentioned at the beginning is now a conversation designer can spend less time on iterative tasks like this, the mundane, the 0 to 1s, and more time on how do we make this an amazing experience for the end user, which Sarah will continue to show in the second half of this morning slot. With more AI features, but I just wanted to kind of summarize based on the questions we've been getting, and Sarah, everything that you fantastically showed already is you can kind of see how the conversation designer and CAI teams roles are evolving. It's not less work, it's actually more work spent on the overall experience and the content that can be shared in the guardrails of the LLMs. And I find that pretty exciting, having been talking about this for 2.5 years and seeing the growth even from last year at this workshop. So a little bit of an anecdote and a summary, but Sarah, anything else before we break for 5-10 minutes to let people get a water or spend some time on their design?
Nope. When we come back, we will be discussing the LLM impact on the conversational journey and how it's going to be impacting your assistant builds. So I will speak to that with some slides, and then I'll go right into some examples that demonstrate prompt chaining, demonstrate sentiment analysis, classification, all that good LLM features while still working in the traditional NLU workflow. So I'll pull that all together for you with a couple examples.
Amazing, amazing. Let's take let's say between 5 and 10 minutes. And we'll come back here just so we can give Sarah enough time before the top of the hour and a lunch break. So let's say it's 1:15 my time. You can extract, I'm central, so you could 15 after the hour, we'll be back here and we'll jump into slides. How's that sound, Sarah?
Perfect. Sounds good. See you guys all in 5 minutes.
See you soon. We are just at 15 after the hour. So if you're coming back to your desktops from getting some coffee or some water or some tea, depending on what time zone it is for you, Sarah, are you ready to jump right back in?
Yep, absolutely. I'm sharing the slides, right?
Yeah, if you don't mind, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
While Sarah does that, I'm going to pull up a link to our documentation. Great call out and reminder on Sarah's part. If you're interested as we build, or you just want to bookmark it for later, this is the one-stop shop place for all type of learning, templates and tutorials, especially after the fact, after this workshop. So especially with all the LLM features that are going on. Patricia asked, Sarah, could you share your Canvas example? I think we can share a template of that after this, or if you wanted to drop a clone link now, that might be awesome if you don't mind. Of the one you just built, sorry.
The one that I just built?
Yeah, Patricia, maybe you can clarify. Is that what are you looking for what she just built, or the template that she initially started with?
Yeah, I don't have a dual monitor, so it was super hard to follow along and design at the same time. So it would be nice to have what you just did to reference as I'm playing around and trying to like remember the steps you went through, is kind of why I was asking.
Of course. Okay. Let me proceed ahead with the presentation and this here. And at the end of this, before we log off, I will provide both template examples, the prompt chaining one that I'm going through, as well as the first initial one. Sam, does that sound good?
That's perfect. That's perfect. And Patricia, there are template examples that are similar to what Sarah just built in that workspace. If you want to open that and jump into those two. So
just showing you, Patricia, if you can see my screen. You're looking at my workspace, right, Sam?
Yep, got it.
Okay, so Patricia and team here, templates here, that's where you're gonna wanna go. And I'll just show everybody since you guys can see my screen. These templates are really killer. They can be by channel. They even tell you whether it's beginner or intermediate. They can tell you a specific platform it's deploying to. So quite a breadth of templates available as well.
Amazing.
Some that are maybe a bit more cohesive than my water skiing example as well.
I like water skiing.
Okay, perfect. So okay, so I just wanted to take some time to start off with how the bot building workflow has evolved. NLUs are not going anywhere. Natural language understanding continues to be a pillar of the conversational AI space. So rest assured, all of your efforts in understanding that space are not to waste. LLMs are bringing a new technology into the mix that are opening up not only just understanding, but also generation. So as much as we are going to still need use cases where we are fine tuning to make sure that our assistants can understand and go down the right intent paths, we will also be spending as much time, if not more, doing generation and controlling the generated output. And that becomes a very new consideration than what existed previously when we just had NLUs in this space. Second kind of major factor when I took some time to think about this that I think LLMs are throwing into the mix is new skills, particularly one skill that is actually quite difficult. It's prompt chaining. So I'm sure everyone on this call at some point has had a chance to play around with ChatGPT or another LLM that was publicly available. The way you ask a question and the way you set the prompt really matters and really affect its output. And especially when you're considering chaining a series together, that is a unique skill set all on its own. And I like to think of this as prompt chaining is just like the art of conversation, right? A lot of times when we're speaking to people, we don't go right to the end. We provide a lot of context questions leading up to what we're really ultimately trying to accomplish. So for everyone here, if anyone here has started off as a copywriter or just loves communication, maybe this is going to come a lot more naturally to you, but for everybody else, it's a little bit finicky. So Peter, who's actually going to be joining us later, gives great tips on this. One of the best that he's provided is actually to use these software, the GPTs, to actually tell you what the prompt should be. So go to ChatGPT, say what you're trying to accomplish, and ask it to generate a prompt for you. And then you can use VoiceFlow, put that prompt in exactly, preview the response, and you can start to fine tune it that way. So that's a really kind of fast-tracked way to learn about really good prompts. A third way that LLMs have impacted the workflow is customized personas. So we saw a very basic example that I did in my last use case, but we can get quite dynamic with personas. And what I mean here is not just defining an overall persona, but also flexing the persona depending on the point in the conversation and the sentiment that's involved, how the user is working through, the complexity of the questions that they're asking. So in the example that I'm going to show later, I have the persona dynamically changing tone and how it's answering the user depending on the complexity of the questions that they are asking. So it's inferring whether they are beginner or quite experienced from the question itself. And that's very much an LLM function, which is incredibly cool. And lastly, of course, is knowledge base. The main way that I like to speak to knowledge base to people who are new to the concept is you are providing curated training data for an LLM. What I mean by that is, as opposed to just querying all of the information and getting a jumbling, you are saying, I want you to use your powerful synthesis and your context reasoning, all of the great LLM functions that make it powerful from the neural network perspective. But I only want you to source the content from what I give you. And the knowledge base does exactly that. And it really provides the ability for you to set guardrails on your conversation. So if you want to have just knowledge base being called, in an upcoming feature we have being released very shortly, all the AI steps will be able to source just knowledge base if you wish, which means all your AI steps will source this knowledge base as well as all the fallbacks. And if you have static as your global fallback, you have no point anywhere in your conversation where general information from the internet can be pulled in. You can quite literally lock down your LLM function, which is the first time that we've really been able to do that. And that's incredibly cool because it opens it for a whole lot of enterprise use cases. So that's quite handy. And LLMs have empowered that. Okay, so now that I've kind of given you the punchline for how LLMs have impacted the workflow, I'm just going to go a little bit back to basics with what is an LLM. So an LLM is a large language model that is good at many tasks. You guys have probably all heard, if you haven't heard, you've heard me mention it many times in this conversation about ChatGPT, including the Turbo model 3.5, the widely sensationalized GPT-4, and Anthropic's Claude, which is an incredibly fast new LLM that we have just incorporated into the VoiceFlow suite. LLMs are trained on data from the internet, so they are not guardrailed, and they work by predicting the next word until they get to the end of the task. I just want to be clear here that this slide is maybe a bit deceptive. I'm just noticing this now. A token, and you'll hear a lot about tokens, like the cost of tokens when you're using GPT or in VoiceFlow when you're using up tokens for generative, is not necessarily per word. It's a bit of a fine art. It's literally more like a syllable. Sometimes it's like a couple of words put together. It's very much comes down to the mathematical way that an LLM functions. All you really need to know is it's not exactly a word, but it's a little bit less. Okay, so let's get a little bit more into a specific example for LLMs versus NLUs, right? So NLUs are natural language understanding, our intents and our entities. They're smaller and they're specialized. And as I just implied, they focus on intent and entity detection. So in this use case, the user said the utterance, the free form text, "I'd like some pizza." It then goes into a VoiceFlow trained NLU model, which is the actual language model and the NLU that VoiceFlow is providing. It then spits out what? It spits out the intent. So that's why on the canvas, the user is making the utterance. The NLU is doing the work in the background. It's saying, "Oh, this is close enough to an intent," or maybe a matching intent to one of my defined, matching utterance, to one of my intents. And then it will go down that specifically defined flow. So the NLU is the framework for that. And the language model part is the actual written out instructions. Okay. In this use case, there's also the component, right, about knowledge base. I want to be clear, knowledge base is using large language models and is not a defined intent. So this comes up quite a bit. Knowledge base, you cannot prescribe an exact answer. Just like with all LLM functions, you will never get an exactly consistent response. And it's one of the beautiful things that separates NLUs from large language models, is that they are used for very different defined use cases, and they can be combined in powerful ways. So when do we use them? So an NLU function use case, when I'm saying that, I mean like an intent step, like you saw me define that intent step. You want to use that to understand, that's the understanding part of NLU, understand and then match to an intent, to an entity. And you want to use these in defined use cases with a really well-defined path where you have a fast response. So for example, I would not create a knowledge base only bot if I was going through an ordering workflow for my restaurant, because I need to have very specific inputs, very specific menu items selected. And if I use a bunch of LLM functions, it's going to make up information about what my restaurant sells, and it's going to ask arbitrary questions that aren't relevant. So if you have a very defined flow and you want to curate a very specific, very efficient experience, you should be using an NLU functionality. Not to mention, NLU will always be faster than a large language model. And that is purely a functionality of how it runs, as well as how much data and processing is being consumed. NLUs are trained on very specific machine learning models. A large language model is trained on the mega training model. The volumes of data between these two that are used to train are not even comparable. It's a completely different animal altogether. So because of that, LLMs are best leveraged when you're okay with a little bit longer of a waiting time, but you want to build something really fast, you're comfortable with some variability, and you want it to do something that an NLU can't do, which are things like dynamic sentiment analysis, dynamic personas, classification, extraction of data into a particular format. So take this data, turn it into a JSON transcript, things like that are things you want an LLM to function. Again, prompt chaining is very, very important here, because how you define your LLM prompt can completely change the output of the LLM. There's a really great way to ask prompts for LLMs that are going to get you really great results, and there's really bad ways. So that's also a factor to take into account. When you would also use each model is comfortability with the prompt chaining process. I wanted to also include here API steps. So if you are using other models, then the VoiceFlow NLUs that are defined, or you have a particular subscription or server where you're leveraging a different LLMs than the ones that we have available, the API step is wonderful for that. As well as if you are code forward and you want more customization, you can use the API step there. An example of that is we have a API for the knowledge base where you can retrieve specific content out of your knowledge base and curate that accordingly. But you will need to have some comfortability with coding in order to do that. Okay, so I already spoke to these quite a bit, but I'm going to speak to them again. So some use cases for LLMs. So document search and summarization, like in your knowledge base. Q&A bots, content and data generation from scratch. Sentiment analysis, topic classification, and dynamic personas. And we've already seen the power of generative AI with all of the generate utterances that we demonstrated in our last demo. So that is also very clutch because it saves you a lot of time on copy. You saw an example of this set step here. And I'm probably going to, or maybe we can, I don't know if we want to pause for questions, Sam, or I should just go right into my.
Yeah, I know we have about a half hour left of your time here. So why don't you hop over? We can, again, drop any questions in the chat. I know that was, we can share a link to that to that deck as well. There's a lot of great principles of when and how to use each. So definitely something you should reference later as you're improving your LLM skills here. But I'll turn it over to you, Sarah, to jump into more of the prompt training and the advanced skills here. So hopefully everyone's ready to build alongside you again.
Okay, perfect. All right. You are looking at a different assistant than I had open before. I'm going to go through specific examples of prompt chaining in the 2 intents I've defined below. But before I skip into a particular flow, I wanted to take a quick second to speak to how I would set up an assistant to efficiently go down these different paths without having maybe some analysis paralysis when you're starting your assistant. So when you're sitting down thinking about how you want to structure your assistant, when you have LLMs and NLUs as a factor, I like to think of it as kind of breaking out into different topics and intent styles, and then starting from there. If you have LLM functions that don't fall under an intent, that comes at the very end. So first think through what are all the things I want to be able to provide. So in my use case here, I have some voice flow. I'm pretending that voice flow does 2 things. We do what we actually do, which is collaborative assistant building. And we also coach people on sailing, because why? I seem very obsessed with water sports. I'm realizing this here. I actually don't sail or do water skiing, so I don't know where my inspiration came from, but hopefully you guys find this as entertaining as I do. So in this use case, all I've defined is I have some buttons, and I like to have really determinate flow at the beginning, because when you have an LLM function, you already have so much variability and it can be difficult to track how you got to certain places. So what I recommend you do is you set up the beginning of your assistant to be very determinate. And what I mean is you want to make sure you're getting to the right place. So have your user kind of select certain boxes. In this case, I have, you can go to either a general sailing inquiry, 2 other flows that I've defined, or the sailing troubleshoot. And I'm going to go through those 2 examples. So the user is clicking that button to get to these, and now the LLM really starts. Okay. So we're going to start out first. Perfect. Okay. I will scroll through so you can see it all together. This first use case, I am doing lots of stuff. So I will go nice and slow. And again, we will share this template so you can go and click every step and see exactly what I did. But I'm gonna say everything that's going on in this flow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Really just 5 with like just an ending. Are there any questions? In 5 blocks using voice flow, I am able to create a dynamic persona, classify the topic of inquiry, and recommend like topic recommendation, as well as answer my user's question, which is like foundational, obviously, with any kind of Q&A, but it's cool that I can do all that at the same time in such few number of steps. So I have an intent defined here, learn sailing general. And in case you're curious, my learn sailing general, I just have some basic questions. So in case you're wondering how someone got there, they're asking basic questions about sailing here. So they came to my assistant and it's like, can I learn about sailing? And then it triggers this intent. So the first thing that I have is just a welcome message. I say, ahoy, you want to learn more about sailing? We've got you covered. What's your question? Then I have my capture step. I'm going to capture my entire user's reply, and I'm going to save it as the variable last utterance. Now my AI LLM features kick off. Under AI, there are two steps. There's a response AI step and a set AI step. I use both. My set AI step does not respond at all. The set AI step sounds exactly like what it sounds like. It is, you are setting variables. So I want to populate variables based on an LLM prompt. So I am going to set my persona. Here's my prompt. You are a sailing digital coach that tailors how they communicate according to the perceived experience level of students. Experience is perceived by the complexity of the questions they ask. You also say ahoy a lot. I'm going to apply that to my persona variable. You can call that, again, whatever you want. This wasn't a predefined variable. I defined that. And now I am going to speak to my prompt settings because these are really critical. So at first here at the top, we have the LLM. There's a little guiding description for what you would use each of these LLMs for. The LLM you choose impacts a lot of things. It impacts the quality of your response, but most importantly, it impacts speed. So be very cautious. I'm going to warn you right now about using GPT-4. GPT-4 does take the slowest, so you're going to want to use that only in context where you really are asking a very sophisticated use case. So even in this use case, I don't need GPT-4. What I would recommend trying out are the two new LLM models that we have included very recently, Claude and Claude Instant. These are outrageously fast, and because the rest of them are on GPT, there are increasing latency or variable latency throughout the day, depending on how many people across the world are on GPT. Claude in general has way less users. It does not have the variability. So I know sometimes if you're using the GPT models, they can be very fast. They can be a little bit slower, and you could be waiting a good 10, 12 seconds, especially for GPT-4. The Claude models are, in all of our tests so far, are proving incredibly fast. So I recommend you give them a shot. Claude V1 is better at more sophisticated responses. Claude Instant is good if you want very straightforward, like you input it in your system, like very straightforward questions, like what color is the sky, or what's my closest location. And in those instances, Instant is by far the fastest of any of the models that we have available. Outside of the models, I'm going to speak to these other settings. Temperature. Temperature in an LLM context refers to variability and consistency. So all you need to know is the lower your temperature, the more consistent, but not consistent, right? Because LLMs can't be exactly consistent, but the less variable or the less license your LLM model takes in generating a response. The higher the temperature, the more dynamic, the more interesting response you're going to get every time. It does default to 0.7, which is quite high, and we have not seen issues with that. If you crank that right up, you will get a lot of variability. If you want kind of very tight responses that are just coming from exactly your prompt, you can turn that down if you wish. So I recommend you to experiment. That's why the preview button is there. So you can preview exactly this one step. We also have tokens. So like I spoke to previously, that is the tokens being received from the LLM model. Oh goodness, I've been talking for a while. So max tokens impacts your speed. Sorry, folks. Okay, max tokens impacts your speed. So a lot of people want to ramp up the max tokens because they're like, well, if my answer is large, I want my response to be able to be as long as needed. I would caution you against doing this. The max tokens, sometimes what happens with LLM models is they'll find a bunch of contextual evidence and you will get this huge response. It will take a really long time, even with fast models. My word of advice, my best practice is try to keep the max tokens as low as possible. I try to keep it as close to 100 as I can, and I usually don't have any issues with my responses. So there's no need to crank that up unless you have a very specific use case. So try to keep it as low as possible. You're just going to get faster responses. And then of course you have like a system role if you wish. Behind the scenes, some of the VoiceFlow value add is we do combine the prompt that you provide as well as the system setting, and we do prompt engineering on our own in the background to try and serve the best response. So this is just an additional piece that you can provide into your total prompt that is sent to the LLM for a response. So in this use case, I just wanted to demonstrate this. So I can preview my response. And this is something that I wanted to actually demonstrate is I can see my whole response here for what will be put in my variable, but I can see that it cuts off. So I can decide to either raise my tokens or I could be comfortable with that cutoff. In the case of me defining a persona, I'm okay with it being cut off. I don't really need it to be higher. I think that that's enough information to send, but I can ramp it up. I recommend don't ramp it up any higher than 500, or you might experience some latency issues. Let's just see the difference when I ramp it up a little bit. So you can see a much longer response here, but it doesn't cut it off. Oh, it cuts it off a little bit. So it depends really how long you want. Again, this is just being used in the prompt engineering that we send. So you don't need, like, this is more than enough to define a persona, right? You don't really need the end sentences. Okay, so I've defined my persona. Next, under my set AI step, I have pulled in another step. So this is a whole other set AI step. All I did was I dragged it into the same block like that. So in case you're wondering why it looks like that, you can't have more than one set AI step defined in one step. I just put them together into the same block. So I've defined my persona, but I want to set one more thing. I want it to pull out the sailing topic. So this is why this is a prompt engineering use case and not just using an LLM, because I don't need to do this to recommend a like topic. But in general, just like with anything, if you are talking to somebody and asking them to come up with recommendations, it's a good practice to guarantee that the person is perceiving the right topic in the first place. Otherwise, their recommendations could be off the wall. So this is the type of thing that prompt engineering and kind of practicing with different types of prompts will teach you. Is it's good in general, if you're going to have anything based off of something else, to define it as its own step. So if I'm going to do a like topic recommendation and answer a question, I want to make sure first I'm defining, I have my LLM pulling out what the actual topic is. I'm going to get better recommendations once that topic is uniquely defined. Otherwise, I could get very, very specific recommendations and it'll be too close to what the original topic was because things can get muddied. So what I said here is I labeled my set AI step, set sailing topic variable, right? This is just for my purposes. Okay, so in here, I wrote based, if you can see my settings, based on the user's last utterance, classify the product area the user is struggling with. And then I wrote the user's last utterance, colon, and then last utterance. And in case you're wondering, I got the last utterance from this step right here. So it's already populated, it already has my user's question. I want to apply this answer, like to classify the product area, into a new variable called sailing topic. In this case, because you can see I am asking for a very specific thing and it's a very, very short response, you'll notice I changed my prompt settings. I used Claude Instant for this one, and I turned my max tokens way down. And that's because I have a lot of prompt engineering going on here before I'm answering the user's question, and I don't want to take 25 seconds before I get back to them. So if I am going to do this engineering, I want to make sure it's It's really quick, as well as a sailing topic will never be more than 50 tokens, right? There's no risk in turning the max tokens right down. Okay. So after this point, you can preview that too, but I know we're tight on time, so I'm just going to proceed. So after I have set a persona and I have defined my sailing topic, so it has topic classified. Now I'm getting into the meat, my main response AI. So I used a response AI step, and in my prompt, I wrote my persona, right? Because that's what I grabbed from here. So that's where it's pulling in everything about who I am, right? It's pulling in my that I'm a sailing coach, that I change my responses depending on the question. I didn't write it here in the prompt. It was already defined before. Answer the user's question in 2 sentences. Additionally, suggest specific additional areas of interest to learn more about based on their question's sailing topic in bullet form. Speak directly to the student. So I've played around with a couple different versions of this. That's the fun thing about the preview feature, that you can see what works best. Prompt engineering is not an exact science. It's more of an art form. So you might need to tweak around with that, but this is a good example. So then you can see here below, I wrote student's question, last utterance, and then student sailing topic, sailing topic. So you'll see here, I really easily pulled all of that stuff out and I used my variables. If you just type the words, it won't tie to the variables. So I define these variables. I want to state them all over again. And in this circumstance, I'm not going to use Claude Instance, so I will probably use Claude. I'm going to keep my temperature at 60, and I'll probably turn my max tokens up a little bit. Maybe about that. Okay. And then after it's answered my question and provided other areas for my sailing student to explore, I just ask if they have any other questions, and I leave it on an open choice step, as in like a blank choice step, because then what it does is it goes through that whole flow and it asks if you have any other questions, and it listens because maybe the person's going to go to a different intent. Okay, so let's see it. Ahoy, you want to learn more about sailing. What's your question? How? That's great. Okay, so let's read my response. Boop, boop, boop. Rigging uses ropes, cables, all the rest of it. And then it breaks it out by bullets. Let me know if you have any other questions, how the rigging system works. I'm happy to explain in more detail. You can see here that rigging is quite specific. Like I didn't ask in general, like how to sail a sailboat. Like I asked a pretty specific sailing term. So hence why it dove right into it, and it didn't pander a bunch of things and kind of speak to how to find all of those elements. So you have that dynamic persona, it answered the question, and then it reprompted back. So all of that in just 5 steps. So we will be providing this sample for you. You can see all of that here. I'm going to quickly go to my second use case. I have a slightly different intent defined. In this case, I'm pretending that this intent is for when someone is interacting with my assistant and they are having a problem. So they are specifically trying to do something and they are struggling with it, and their utterance implies as much. So because the way that I got here, right, is because I'm having a problem, the first thing that I want the user to do is tell me a little bit more about the problem, because I'm going to be providing this answer into the LLM. So I want as much context as possible. Context is your friend when it comes to LLMs. So you're going to have to get used to a lot of tell me more, and could you please provide more information on that, so that you can send that context and get better responses, especially when you're dealing with troubleshooting flows. So I capture what my user said with respect to their problem they're experiencing in their sailing adventures. And then I'm going to do some sentiment classification. So I'm going to use again my set AI step. And based on the user's last utterance, classify the user's sentiment. For example, mad, frustrated, confused, curious, scared, bored, annoyed. I tried to pick examples that were relevant to someone trying to troubleshoot something. I'm not going to write happy because I don't think there's a lot of happy people that are coming to troubleshoot bots, but you get the idea. And then I write the user's last utterance like that. This is a best practice in case you're wondering why I do this so often. So I write based on, and then at the bottom, whatever I was speaking to, the user's last utterance, I write it the exact same way, user's last utterance, and then I put the actual utterance at the end of the prompt. The way that LLM prompts work is they work really well with some type of structure. So I highly recommend if you are providing any variables or passing any information through, reference it in your prompt, like speak to it just using normal text, and then down below, provide it in like a column, in like a colon definition way like this. It seems to work best with most LLMs. So in this case, I wanted to find their sentiment, how they're feeling, because ultimately my goal with this flow is I want to address my sailing student where they're at. I want to try and diffuse tension and address exactly where their emotions are before I address their question. So it's a pretty cool use case. I'm going to apply that to my sentiment. And you'll see here, I don't need a sophisticated model for this. I don't need GPT 3.5. I just need Claude Instant because I want something really fast. And I'm just pulling out a sentiment. It's not a crazy sophisticated use case. So I'm okay using the really fast response. And again, I have my max tokens turned way down. I want my temperature turned way up though, because I don't want it to just pull sentiments that I provided. I want it to be a little bit more dynamic. Okay. So I have now saved a variable called sentiment for how my student is feeling. So now I have a response AI step. You'll notice in a lot of LLM functions, you have your set AI step followed immediately by your response AI step that uses whatever variable was saved by your AI step, your set AI step. So here's my prompt. You are a sailing assistant coach bot responding to students' sailing problems. Oh, actually, in this use case, I should have done this. That was a missed opportunity. There we go. So now I have my persona used there. I shouldn't have to write it all over again. That was perfectly fine. And now it's nice and consistent in my bot. Based on the user sentiment, generate a statement that acknowledges how they're feeling and provide them with some comfort or encouragement. User sentiment equals sentiment. And in this case, I've had a lot of luck with this greeting. Again, there's not a lot of variability, right? Because I'm telling them to comfort no matter what, but I'm saying address the specific feeling to diffuse tension. A little bit of psychology there. So I have my temperature set at the default, but I have my tokens turned up a little bit higher. And you can preview all of these steps, but just as a heads up, if you do preview, because again, it doesn't have any input, you will need to provide the persona and you will need to provide the sentiment. So you do have to write that stuff all over again in the preview step, but then it will show you what it would say. I usually like to preview my prompt chaining directly at the start of the flow. I don't love to do it out of context, so I like to start right at the beginning and then preview from there. Okay, so I've assigned my sentiment. I've addressed the sentiment of my student, but now I need to actually answer their question. So then I go to another response AI step and I'm like, here is my last utterance. Please answer as concisely as possible with numbered steps. The reason why I'm doing numbered steps is I'm a tutor, right? I'm an educator. So I found in a lot of circumstances, it's nice to have a breakout of the response to not just be text and provide numbers sometimes, but you could do whatever you want here. And in this circumstance, I'm also using instant. And then ask for any other questions. So let's see this in action here. Okay, so I wanted to skip ahead to just show you this prompt chaining flow, but obviously I got to this intent from saying I was having a problem, right? So now it's asking, please provide me more information to enable me to more effectively solve your problem. Okay, so let's see. I can't get my reef knot to stay tight. Keeps coming undone no matter what I do. Oh, okay, so let's see my response. I'm sorry to hear that you're feeling frustrated right now. So by the way, in case you're seeing this part, that means I need to do some prompt engineering because it shouldn't be providing me with that precursor. So I just have to adjust my prompt a little bit. But I like the actual response that it gives me. So I'm sorry to hear you're feeling frustrated right now. It can be tough when things don't go the way we want. Just remember the setbacks are temporary and we have what it takes to push through. Hang in there. Here are some steps to tie a reef knot that stays tight. And if anyone is a sailor on the call, you could tell me if that is correct, because I have no idea. And then ask if there's any other questions. So those are the two workflows. As a quick recap for everybody here, we will be providing this, but we just covered an example for how to do dynamic persona, or one persona, but dynamic persona tone changes depending on how the user, in this case, it was the user's experience level. So whether they were a novice or experienced, as well as we topic classified, and we provided like topic recommendations. And down below, we had sentiment analysis, as well as, of course, addressing the user's question. So I will stop here.
That is so amazing, Sarah. Thank you for taking us through that. I don't know how you kept going without any water there. That was very impressive. Your ability to keep going. Yeah, I learned a lot there, even just seeing your thought process. So thank you for being so detailed and specific about that. For everyone in the chat, I did drop a link to copy this template. It won't be exactly where Sarah's working right now, obviously, but everything that you saw when she started, you can copy that exact template and build on your own during the lunch hour, where I know we got 2 minutes left here. So just wanted to bring that up, that you can click in, add that to your workspace, and try it on your own. But yeah, thank you, Sarah. That was fantastic, and thank you for teaching us all in that quick 2 hours there.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody, for letting me rant there. I really love this stuff. I know all of you guys really love this stuff. So thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I know that I'm really loving the tool, by the way. All the stuff that you can do with it. It's come a long way.
Yeah, agreed. Definitely the last year, let alone 3 months, have been very busy, especially for Sarah. So, and we'll continue to be busy as we keep adding capabilities. I know we're breaking for the lunch hour here, Stefan. I just wanted to call out for everyone that on the back half of the hour or back half of the day, Peter's going to be joining, Peter Isaacs from the team. Yep. And just a teaser there, he did an application of knowledge base, where I think he used like maybe 16 different URLs and pages and used NLU prompt chaining and effectively built like a DIY assistant for like a Home Depot, Lowe's, or Bunnings. Specifically, Bunnings is where he shops. So that's really interesting. So make sure you come back in an hour. He'll be excited to kind of show you that advanced use case, just like Sarah just showed you more of the prompt chaining use cases. He can kind of show you it in terms of like what would your business today go and do and put on a site. So just wanted to tease that for an hour from now.
Yes. Yeah, we're gonna actually start to build this stuff out. So here we are. It's actually lunchtime. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen, and it's going to say gone to lunch. And you guys in the meantime could eat lunch. You could play around with your bots. I would just try to build something out. And then every time you're having a problem, just write down what your problem is and just move on to the next thing. And try to do that as much as you can. And then when we come back in the afternoon, you're going to have a bunch of questions and issues and challenges, and then the team could address them. And you're going to learn more stuff. So
yeah, it's never ending info. Yeah, but yeah, that's a great call. Use those templates, use what Sarah shared, use that workspace, use that as the base of your bot. If you don't want to start from a blank canvas, even adapting Sarah's sailing use case is a great one. Use it for your own interest. interest area, or add a knowledge base. I saw a dietitian one. Yeah, start from there, and we'll add on some fun knowledge base capabilities in the second half of the day then.
Awesome. All right, guys, we'll see you in an hour. And then one last tip. I would just recommend staying on the call, leaving it open, because if you leave, you're going to come back into the waiting room. And so that means you're going to wait in the waiting room until 1 o'clock. So
Awesome.
Awesome. Anyway, all right, guys. Sarah, Sam, we'll see you in an hour. Have a good rest of your day. We'll see you everybody in an hour. All right, everybody. It's time to get back to the afternoon session. So Sam and Sarah can join back up. I know we're also waiting for Peter. Sam just came and joined us. Hey, Peter, how are you?
Hey, how you doing?
How are you doing, guys? Awesome.
Hey.
So we're ready for the 1 o'clock. Almost everybody is here, so from time to time you might see like the few people that left, they might want to be readmitted. Are you guys seeing that on your end?
Yes, I can readmit as long as you're comfortable with me admitting everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like anyone that wants to come in, just readmit them. That way they can come and go. And
Sounds
I'm
good.
gonna make both of you guys co-host.
Okay.
So Sam, you have the power of the co-host. And let me see. I tried to do it with both of you guys.
I think I might have already been one, so maybe it carried
Yeah.
over.
Maybe. Let's see. Okay, I'll stop sharing my screen. And just a quick overview. The team's going to go through the afternoon agenda. And at some point in the next few hours, I'm going to jump on and share a link where you guys could apply for your certification. Right around 4 o'clock, the workshop should be finished. Or you should have a bot ready thereabouts, I would hope. And then from 4 to 5, we could have like a get together, happy hour sort of thing. You could, drink coffee or beer or wine or whatever you like and kind of get to know each other. So hope you guys join us for that. And I know it might not be happy hour where you are, but it'll be here. So all right, Sarah, Sam, and Peter, you guys can take it away, and I will see you a little later on.
Awesome. Thanks, David. Yeah, awesome. Thanks everyone for hopping back in and getting your lunch or your coffee or your tea. Peter, I gave you a very bad introduction at the very beginning, probably when it was like 2 a.m. your time. So for everyone in this group heard fantastic 2 hours from Sarah at the top. If you maybe give us a quick intro on your background as a designer, and then I can kind of give an overview of the agenda and we can hop in.
Yeah, sure. So my name's Peter. I am the Senior Conversation Design Advocate at VoiceFlow. So what that really means is that I'm supposed to go around and advocate for conversation designers, advocate for having conversation design as a practice. And really, I'm looking a lot at kind of starting to think of industry best practices and, kind of ways of doing things, ways with, designing giant enterprise assistants, and now also looking a lot at how do we leverage large language models. Previously, I worked for Woolworths, which is Australia's largest retailer, and before that, Telstra as well, who is Australia's largest telco, leading both their conversation design teams.
Awesome. Yeah, I teased at the beginning that your time is far and few between, so the participants here are lucky to get your brain for an hour or two here. And yeah, excited. I already teased your Bunnings example only briefly, so you still get to do the big reveal. But
No
to
problem.
to speak on the agenda here, for everyone who is back in the room, we'll spend about an hour here where Peter's going to walk through a knowledge base example that blends prompt chaining, knowledge base, and a business use case, and even teasing a little bit of the web chat deployment. So as Stefan mentioned today, if you're taking the project that you started with Sarah this morning, you can layer on, adapt, start from scratch, depending on what you see from Peter. And web chat, SMS, some of those channels in the AI assistant project type are great ways to actually deploy today. Yes, you can do the Dialogflow CX as we mentioned, and actually integrate and connect with your Dialogflow CX instance. ES. But this would be a great opportunity today to actually deploy with web chat or SMS, WhatsApp, etc. So that said, Peter, we'll jump over to you. Sarah and I will be here to answer questions in the chat or jump in if we have questions. But we'll toss it over to you to jump into VoiceFlow and kind of walk us through your Bunnings example for everyone. Just for your context, Peter. Everyone in this group has already started an assistant, learned VoiceFlow from scratch with Sarah, started to think about different ways they can use prompt chaining, intent classification, troubleshooting, etc. So they did see knowledge base a little bit, but this will be the first time of seeing it more than just one URL, right? We're going to deploy knowledge base at scale a little bit more here.
Yep, sounds good. Okay, I will share my screen. Can everyone see my screen?
Got it.
Yes.
Everything is quite small at the moment, but yeah, cool. So you've all seen VoiceFlow and everything. So what I did before I came to this meeting is I basically uploaded a heap of different URLs and some PDFs. So I think there's close to 100 here. And what I did with this one was, so for those who aren't familiar with Bunnings, Bunnings is like a Home Depot or Lowe's. They're kind of an institution in Australia. One of the things that you do, if you're going to do some DIY on the weekend, you go to Bunnings, you get a sausage because they sell like these like sausages for $2 in bread. You would call them a hot dog, but they're not really a hot dog because it's just bread. Anyway. So you get your sausage, maybe a can of Coke as well, and you speak to their team, and they're called red shirts. And the red shirts are super helpful. They can answer like literally anything. They're kind of savants when it comes to DIY. So what I wanted to do was, Bunnings have this website called workshop.bunnings. And the idea behind that is it's a forum where you can ask questions, and you also, it's their like digital red shirts, I guess, come and give, tips, and they'll show photos and all that sort of stuff of how you could do things. And I wanted to take that data, which was super useful, and see if I could create a assistant that's super knowledgeable about painting. So you can see I added all that stuff before. So the way that the knowledge base works is that when we cannot match an intent, it will go to the knowledge base to try find an answer. And if it can't find an answer, it will then hit it'll then hit a fallback. So I'm not sure how much Sarah went into it before, but I'll quickly explain how the knowledge base works. So the knowledge base is a vector database. The way that a vector database works is that you throw it a whole heap of text. We then convert it into what's called an embedding. So that's like a chunk of the text. I believe in this instance, we create embeddings that are sentences, and then the knowledge base. So when we hit the fallback, the knowledge base will go off to the assistant will go off to the knowledge base. Sorry, I apologize. It's 6 a.m. for me right now. So the assistant will go off to the knowledge base. It'll find those chunks of information, and then we'll pass it back to the LLM to, put that information in some sort of coherent way. So it's a really good way of utilizing large language models and grounding them to truth, which is, one of the big problems with things like ChatGPT is it has a propensity to hallucinate. So using the knowledge base reduces that chance quite a lot. So I'll quickly show you. So we've got the knowledge base there. And then if I go run test. So welcome to Bunnings Painting Assistant. How can I help? So if I wanted to say I want to buy a duck, it should hit a fallback because it doesn't have anything in the assistant in the knowledge base, which is about buying ducks. So we've got the, I apologize, there's an AI assistant for Bunnings Painting. I do not have any information products related to living animals such as ducks. So there you go. But if I said, I want to paint the inside of my house, what sort of safety gear would I require? To ensure safe painting practices, you may require different types of safety gear depending on specific tasks involved in and personal protective equipment such as safety eyewear, N95 respirator mask, gloves, blah, 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 blah. So how about when would I use a roller? A roller is specifically used for painting smooth to semi-rough surfaces. Rollers are ideal for cut, blah, blah, blah. So we're getting the answers. Not sure why it's saying I apologize for the confusion earlier, but, at least it's being nice. So then we could go, what's something that we could do? How about we go, I have a baby coming. I don't. But for this instance, I will say that I do. I have a baby coming in 2 months. When should I paint the clock? Oh, that hit a fallback. When should I paint my cot? Just give me a sec. I think I've got the wrong Bunnings one open. That's why this isn't working. See, always prepare for these things.
Yeah, how dare you at 6 a.m. not have the right project open?
Grab the now you can see my expenses. Give me a sec. Very professional. Give me a second. I will where is it? Bunnings.
While Peter's looking for that, I think when we do jump back in, I think one thing to call out here is if you're adding to your existing assistant, for example, the sailboat one that Sarah mentioned and had built, if you use a use case like that, this is a good chance to then expand, whether it's docs, PDFs, URLs, to give that knowledge base more context, right? Whereas we just use the Wikipedia for skiing or sailboating, this is a chance to go deeper and say, okay, great, I want to make sure that my business, I'm a bakery, I have pastries, but I'm also uploading my PDF on menu. I'm also uploading the URL on hours, right? And that expands the intents and use cases. So here, Peter's already done that obviously ahead of time, and we can jump in a little bit more too as we go. Back to you, Peter.
Thank you. Yes. So when should I do it? So hopefully this works. I'm not quite sure All right. Well, it should have done that. It did work yesterday. I'm
Just a lot.
slightly.
That'll happen.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, you can see knowledge base does work some of the time. I have a feeling I'm opening the wrong project. I just have a sea of projects that I'm not quite. Let's have a and try one more time.
Yeah, no rush here. I think people in the background are working on their individual projects as well. So yeah, this is truly just open build workshop time. So if you do have any questions while we go through, yeah, for example, Kofi just asked this, and maybe Sarah, this you'd be good to answer this. Like, what URLs format is accepted on the knowledge base? Can you help us with that?
Kofi, could you maybe expand upon what you mean by format? I don't want to go into a whole answer and assume what you mean. Can you give me an example? What do you mean by format? Anyways, if you reply back to your comment, then I'll provide more detail. I'm not sure if you mean like HTTP or.
Not all URLs are accepted.
Okay, I'll maybe answer more generally then. So the closer, it's not an exact science, but there's two main things to know about URLs. One, it can't be behind an authentication wall. So today, if you cannot just put a Zendesk link, a Confluence link, a Notion link, that won't work because it's authenticated. We are working on expanding those formats though. Outside of authentication, the other main tip is the closer that your URL links to a website that is very text-based, like a blog, a Wikipedia article, just a general web page versus a page that has like, it's really broken out. It's an infinity screen. You've got a bunch of different icons all over the place. It's really kind of hard to sort through a coherent context. The worse the scraping is going to be, and potentially the less coherent your responses are going to be today. I tried to add an Amazon book page URL. That would be behind an authentication wall. No problem. Peter, over to you.
Sweet.
Also, you made me want a hot dog. I'm just going to say that.
6 a.m. breakfast hot dog. That's what Peter finds out right now.
Yummy.
I think a coffee would be so how about we try this one? I'm looking to paint a fence. Should I use a brush or a roller? Yeah, it does not seem to want to hit the knowledge base at all. I'm not sure why. Give me a sec.
Having a moment this morning.
Okay, that's all right. What I'll do next, which I think is probably more interesting to everyone, is I'm going to do a little bit of prompt chaining, and I'm going to do prompt chaining in a way that is super simple. But yeah, so what prompt chaining is? So prompt chaining is basically taking the AI steps and chaining together a whole heap of prompts so that you can kind of do a journey. So in this instance, I'm going to do the kind of sales path of purchasing some paint. So let me just get this all sorted. So we'll do the response AI step, and I'm just going to create an intent quickly, which is buy paint. I want to buy paint. Help me buy paint. And so where this is super useful, so I'm not sure how many of you are already doing conversation design and all that sort of stuff. But where this is super useful is you can actually design out journeys in ways that are far more simple and way more the brain that are way more flexible. So you can ask all these like kind of weird questions and stuff like that, and utilize a large language model to answer them. So in this instance, I've also used the AI generate step to generate some utterances for the intent. And what this intent will do, we'll just go over to here. So I won't do this and go through all the different things here. I'm only going to use respond using memory. So what that means is basically in VoiceFlow, we can keep a log of memory, and then we can use that for the bot to respond back to you. So that means I've got to do this. So we've got memory. So in this instance, all we would want to do is reply in the system. So this is telling the system how we want you to respond. So you are a friendly Bunnings red shirt. You're an expert at purchasing paint. Get all the details that we need from the customer. You will require the following. Color, shade, brand, and size. Now, you'll see that I put these like lines here. This is kind of, these lines basically tell the large language model that there's like a break in what you're looking for. In fact, I don't actually need them there. You would put them in another part. So basically, when you want to split up your queries to a large model, large language model, you would put things like these breaks like that. And it just basically tells the large language model that the following text doesn't necessarily follow on from what you have just written. Similar to how, you format things, and that helps, you see there's, different sections. So next up, what I'm going to do is do a capture. Where is the capture? Listen. So we're basically going to capture the entire user's reply. And we're going to save that to the last utterance. And then how about we just quickly, I'll show you how this works. So I'll do it very step by step so you can see how it would work. So if we go to here, we go by paint. I will quickly train my assistant. So by paint. Great. What type of paint are you looking for? Interior, exterior? I am looking for interior paint. So you can see it's starting to, we've given it that prompt, and it's, starting to ask for the things that we need. So what color are you looking for? What shade or tone are you interested in? Do you have specific brand preferences? What size of paint, etc.? Now, as you saw, that response was quite verbose. What we could start doing is, tweaking this prompt, which I'm not going to do right now because you can get into a whole deep rabbit hole of tweaking prompts to get it to do exactly what you would ask for. But I could do potentially something like, only ask for, the requirements one at a time. Do not make the response too verbose. Also, a quick thing to note here, we have tokens here. So what the tokens are, basically, each character is essentially a token. So we're saying, or a word can actually be a token. It's not always the same thing. So, but for this, we'll just say each, it's basically setting how long you will want to let your model respond for. And the temperature is basically how creative do you want to let your large language model be. So that's turning up the temperature all the way up. things get hot and they might get a little bit wild, and the large language model might hallucinate a little bit more and say the wrong thing, and then you know, turn it all the way down to 0, then it's very blunt and gives you the response that is the most predictable. And what this basically does is, so a large language model is a predictive model. When you turn up the temperature, it changes its propensity to do the next word or token that is actually not the most predictable. And that's how we talk. That's how humans talk. Like, you don't always say the most predictable next word. If you do, you sound quite robotic. So that's kind of what that's doing. So next up, we're going to do an AI set step. So this is basically going to look at the memory. So I'm going to, again, just use memory. Oh no, set variable using memory and prompt. And basically, this one's going to be a bit of a bigger one. So what I am going to now do is I'm going to tell the large language model that is now a classifier. So what it's going to be doing is looking at the responses and classifying whether it has all the information before allowing the user to go on to the next stop. So you are a classifier for Bunnings paint. Classify whether we need extra information from the customer. The information we require is paint size, color, shade, and I think it was brand. And this is where, whoops, these ones will be quite helpful. So if we have captured all captured, what should we do for the paint size, color, shade, and brand, output 1. Then if all details haven't been captured, output 0. And so you'll see why I'm doing this in a minute. So, and then because large language models have a propensity to do things that you don't want them to do, sometimes you need to be very explicit about what you want. So I will now do this in all caps. I don't know if all caps actually makes that much of a difference, but it makes me feel like I'm being far more commanding. So important, only ever output 1 or 0, never anything else. So that should, in theory, hopefully stop the large language model outputting a different variable. So now we're going to apply this variable to paint purchase. And then what I'm now going to do is the logic block. Again, if I'm going too fast for anyone, or this is like way too much, let me know. I can slow down, I can explain things. But if not, I'll just keep powering on.
I think this is great, Peter, to keep going. And if anyone does have specific questions, feel free to drop those in the chat. If at the end, we'd love to share a clone link of this test project with people to tweak and play around with in about a half hour when you're wrapped here, so they can finish their build.
Sounds good. So we don't have all the details. So we have all the details if paint purchase is 1, variable if paint purchase is 0, and if paint purchase is 0, we're just going to loop this all the way back to the response over here. And then we're going to go, what else would we need? We would want probably, okay, the last little bit I think would, I'll label that. That's our response. And then the last little bit that we would want to do, we have all the details. And then we would do something along the lines of, so prompts, just using memory again. So we'll go into the prompt settings and we'll say, you are a helpful Bunnings red shirt. Don't want to call them the red shit. Bunnings red shirt, recite the order back to the user and let them know that you added everything to the cart. Once they would like to purchase, they will need to go there. Now, obviously, this isn't actually adding anything to a cart, but what we could do is use lots of like AI set steps and stuff like that to convert what we have captured from the customer to an API call to add that thing into someone's cart. So this is all, this is the bare bones of how it could work. And then you could use a whole lot of developer wizardry to do the rest of the stuff. So fingers crossed, this all works. With my luck so far today, it'll probably explode. So I want to buy some paint. We'll keep on the baby thing. So I have a baby coming. I don't really get into the whole pink for girls and blue for boys. And I don't even know the gender anyway. What would you recommend? Could you recommend some? So, it's sure for a gender neutral nursery, some popular colors include soft greens, grays, yellows, and even neutral beiges. What shade would you like? How about I go, the room that it is going in is yellow. Would green work? And see, as you can see, like it's because we put that that only ask for one thing at a time. It's kind of trying to keep the conversation going forward, and it's got this kind of goal of trying to capture all the information. So we could go, what green would you recommend? Okay, sage sounds quite good. And do you have a specific brand in mind, or would you like some recommendations? So this is like working quite well. It's staying on point of like, okay, we've got the color, we've got the shade, now we're going to get the brand. Recommendations would be great. Ooh, can't type. Let's go with Dulux. Great choice. And finally, size. So let's throw this back to the large language model and go, okay, it's for a small cot. What size do you think I would need? again, like if you were doing this in normal conversation design, you would have to design so many different paths to handle all this sort of detail. Whereas using something like prompt chaining, you don't need that at all. So for a small cot, usually a 1 liter paint should be sufficient. Is there anything else I can help you with? No, 1 liter should be fine then. And hopefully this then goes, we've captured all the details. Damn it, hasn't worked. No. All right. Well, we didn't get to the last bit of this, but I think I potentially know why. And we could have a go again and see if we could go through it one more time. But I actually think that asking for one thing at a time didn't work. And potentially why that didn't work is VoiceFlow, in our memory, the way that it works is 10 turns. I think we went over 10 turns, and then some of the information that it had previously, it then forgot. And then it didn't realize that we'd actually got all the information. If you were doing this with using prompt and memory, what you can do is you can start chaining together variables so that you can have your own memory stored, and that memory is somewhat infinite. I don't know, do we want to try to see if we can get it to work one more time, Sam, or
Yeah, I mean, I think from the prompt, you talked about prompt editing and prompt chaining. I think that this is really interesting just to see the workflow. So editing it and then just, doing one more prototype run through would be really helpful for people to see, like, this is core conversation design work today, right? Would you argue like a year ago, you probably weren't doing this, at least on Canvas, but today and moving forward, these are essential skills.
Yes, definitely. Yep. Yeah. So a lot of what I have been doing lately is going, thinking of a thing that we would like to do, and then kind of getting the prompts, so like, and tweaking them and constantly going round and round and round until I can do it like 10 times through and it works every time. So we'll try this one more time. Okay. So I would like to buy some paint. I have a baby coming and I need to paint the cot. Let's see if it actually acknowledges that I've said that a baby is coming.
Hey,
Wow. Congratulations on the baby. See, I mean, this is, again, a large language model enables you to respond contextually to what the person has said. So, I mean, I'm sure if I'd said, like, my grandma just died, it would have, responded, empathetically. Yeah. So congratulations on the baby. I'm happy to help you choose the right paint for your project. Can you tell me the color you have in mind? I was thinking about, actually, let's go. I have a yellow wall and would like something to go with it. I don't want to go with standard gendered colors. That's great. We have a wide range of colors, warm, muted, blah, blah, bright.
If you were to ask all the questions in one
exactly
shot.
Exactly. So could you recommend a color? So this is where you want to start, like you want to start like tweaking with the prompt, because what we can see here now is like, okay, it's saying it's giving me colored that would work, it's giving me brands, and then it's asking me the size. So I could go, I think the sage green would be nice. Does Dulux have one? How much would I need for a small pot? Yes, Dulux has a nice sage green called Willow Tree. For a small cut, I would recommend 1 liter tin, as that should be sufficient for 2 coats. Okay, wow. Let's grab the Willow Tree in 1 liter. Whoop. And then it's gone to the end. Great choice. I've added Dulux Willow Tree 1 liter to your cart. Is there anything else you need, or do you want to proceed to checkout? Boom.
That's fantastic. That is awesome. And even there with the prompt edit you just did, it did finish and actually push them to checkout because you didn't add that extra, one at a time, right?
Yeah.
That's super powerful. And maybe even like, a third pass for a team, right? You might say, hey, let's iterate because it's a lot of content each one. Let's iterate on like brand and size, right? Or whatever, the first two, but then once you have those two, then move to size because maybe size is too much cognitive load right away.
Yeah. So I could say the two verbose or something.
Yeah.
And yeah. So and we could do something like that. And maybe if I go like I am looking for a sage green Dulux. What colors do they have? And hopefully in this, oh, whoops. I didn't write. I am looking to buy sage green Dulux. What colors do they have?
There you go. And
I
even
will.
providing options, yeah.
Yeah. So now it's like gone. You've asked about that. I'm not going to give all the response. Like I'm not going to ask for everything that I require in this. And then yeah.
Sarah, did you have? I might have cut you off, or I know you chimed in. Did you have a point there to add?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I just wanted to give Peter the context because he wasn't seeing the back channels there. So Peter, knowledge base was down because AWS was actually down for a little bit, but it's back up now. Just so you don't go crazy wondering what was going on there. It wasn't you. All of knowledge base was down because of AWS. You're fine. You wanted to show that part again if we have time.
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
Peter can breathe again. It's not going to haunt his day.
I know that would bother me.
Okay, so what I'm going to quickly do is I will remove this intent, and we'll just go. Okay, I am looking to paint a deep house. What do I need? Sweet. So it's gone to the drop sheet, the knowledge base. My brain's a bit of a drop sheet at the moment. So
it's very on theme, painting, drop sheet, like it all works.
Exactly. So what you could see here is at the knowledge base, I was just pointing at the screen and no one's here. What you can see here is it's giving us the potential sources for where it's got this information from. So you can see that like this response is super grounded to the information that we have given it. I have a baby coming, keeping on that theme. How long would I need to paint the cot before it comes? Okay, it's coming tomorrow. Do I have time? So it's hopefully this responds. Well, I was hoping it'd say no, but it's just
it's a passive aggressive letdown.
Yeah. So how about what other questions could I ask about painting? What do I need to paint the roof? Whoa. Okay, I don't have any information about that. Obviously, there's no links about painting roofs.
Peter,
Yep.
someone just had Elizabeth just had a question. I just think it's relevant for right now.
Yep.
In the knowledge base, could you just remind everybody whether you have a link to the Bunnings website or paint docs? Like, just maybe speak a little bit to exactly
Yeah,
what's
sure.
in there.
Yeah, sure. So give me 2 secs. So what I have done here is there is a website called workshop.bunnings, and essentially it is a forum. I can show you. It's .bunnings.com. Pretty sure I've got Bunnings. Let's see. .com.au. So basically I have given individual links. So I think I did something like a search for painting. And if I just move all these out of my way. So I think I went painting, and then I grabbed a whole heap of URLs and then just dumped them into the knowledge base. And I think I also, they had some PDFs somewhere about how to paint and that sort of thing. So I also uploaded some PDFs. So you can see here, we've got URLs, and then we've got PDFs. The main reason that I did it this way is because, like Sarah said before, is you can't use any gated content. So Bunnings doesn't allow you to scrape information from their site. So it just wouldn't work, basically. But they do allow you to scrape information from their forum, and obviously they can't do anything about a PDF that I have. Ha ha ha. So yeah, that's how that worked. So we can go back again. What type of paint should I use for a cot? Sweet. So is it toxic? So it talks about letting the paint cure so that it isn't toxic. How do you paint a fence? I'm like saying random ones at this point. So it's given me information about how to do that using a spray gun. How do I safely do that? Hopefully this works. If it doesn't, it's most likely because the information isn't there, but obviously the information is there. What's something random that we could paint? I would like to paint a fish pond.
There you go.
No, nothing there. So,
This
so yeah,
this is a good call out, though, Peter, right? Where like you see the knowledge base tag in the above one because it was in the knowledge base, and here because he went outside of the knowledge base of what Bunnings can be a respected authority on, then the AI jumps in, and that's where maybe if you're doing this for Bunnings, you don't want it to get to this point, and maybe you do, but that's where you would tweak and prompt chain and set the persona to make sure that yes. Are you going to go to that AI fallback step, global no match, or are you going to stop only at what's in the knowledge base, as Sarah pointed out many times in the early session? So that's actually a great stretching of the limits there.
Yeah, for sure. And I think one thing that I can show you, as you said, you may not want to do that. You may not want the AI to take over. Where is that section? There is a part where you can set the global no match.
So it's right there in the settings. You just scroll down a little bit. Actually, no, scroll up. You're yeah.
Right there it is. There it is. We could go edit, and you could do static. So go. Sorry, I didn't get that. Peter,
just really quick. I wanted to just point out for everybody on the call, that's why his global no match gave that response about painting the fish pond when it wasn't in his knowledge base. I just wanted to point that out in case you were wondering why it made stuff up. It's because he had the generative global no match turned on. If he hadn't, it wouldn't have done that.
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, that's essentially Y. So we could do, sorry, didn't get that, please try again. And if I go, I want to buy fish, then in theory it should say, sorry, I didn't get that. Please try
Yeah.
again. So yeah, that's basically everything that I had prepped.
Yeah, that's phenomenal, Peter. Can you well, I'll open it up to questions again, because this is, I think a lot of people are seeing the intricacies of it, which is great. Elizabeth did ask, can you show us again how you connect back to the knowledge base? I got stuck on that during connect back. Elizabeth, can you either unmute or follow up? Meaning, are you saying connect back from the canvas?
I think I just got confused in the blocks, like where you tell it to go refer to the knowledge base. When I was
Yep.
practicing, I couldn't figure it out.
Good question.
Yeah, cool. So essentially the way that, so the knowledge base works as like a fallback. So you would only ever hit the knowledge base if there's not an intent that it could match to respond with. Now here, because I'm using this capture user reply to last utterance, I'm using this as the thing. It would never actually hit the knowledge base because there is no fallback to happen. I'm capturing the whole reply. But in this kind of part here where there are no intents or anything like that, it will hit the knowledge base when there is a piece of knowledge that is relevant to what the user has asked for. Does that make sense?
Just to add on to that as well, within the next week or so, we are releasing to have inside of the AI steps, you will be able to source just your knowledge base. So you can switch the toggle, so you can have the default exactly how Peter's showing now, where it does not go to the knowledge base, or you can switch it to just knowledge base. And that's that use case I said earlier, where if you change all your AI steps to knowledge base and put a static global no match, at no point in your assistant will anything ever be made up. And you will always be able to source knowledge base within a specific step, but that's to come. Right now it works like Peter said.
Yeah.
On that note, Peter, you collected 3 or 4 variables in that paint example, right? Brand, color, size. Had a good question here. So great, you collect the data, and now it's time to go to the order. But how, on a voice flow capacity, are you thinking about capturing those variables?
Yep. So what we could do, there is a few different ways that we could do this. So you would use an AI set step. So we could go, how would we do this? So say we wanted to send over all the details to a API or something like that. Set paint variables. So we could do something like this. You are a, oops, do this in here. You are a master coder. You are the best developer in the world, and you never get anything wrong. And then convert the user's order into a JSON format and apply to what we do it order. We could do it like that. And then I would go, we could just do a little talk step after this so you can see the order. So you could do it like that. Now, what you would then do with this variable is you would maybe convert it into, JavaScript, or you would send it to an API. Or you would do all those sorts of things. I am not very good with the ones and zeros, so I can't help you with that. But that's where I would lean on a dev to help me, but I can show you what that would look like. So I think I deleted that by intent just before. By. And then, whoops. Oh no, I didn't. Okay, so if we were doing that, we can do this quickly and I can just go, I would like a tin of paint. I would like 1 liter tin of Dulux paint in mint green. Oh no, it was called like Willow Tree or something. Willow Tree. Okay. So hopefully this jumps towards the end. Bah. All right, let's just try. I'm not sure why that didn't work. It's because I didn't say I want green willow tree, Dulux, and 1 liter. So it's given me the JSON. I would probably need to tweak this. So I'm going like only output the JSON. Then we would go, could try that one more time. So you have to be like, quite commanding to the large language model sometimes, which does make you worry that once they get sentience and you've been so like rude to them, that maybe they won't be so nice to us, but we'll see. So I want a green paint, Dulux, willow tree, 1 liter. Let's see if it. Cool. So it's got the everything there and it's turned it into a JSON. You could send that off to an API or whatever that then actually does the thing.
Yeah, I'm so glad that question was asked, because I think that completes the loop of that designer mindset, right? Where now, yeah, you'd work with a dev one time to build a component to read JSON. So that maybe then great, there's the API component that you're dragging on the canvas at the end of your ordering flow. It's translating JSON into the ordering database. Done, right?
Exactly.
Obviously, like maybe old school design, we might have asked the question on one turn of size, apply to size variable, ask the next question, apply to brand variable. Obviously, that's the iterative work that conversation designers do not need to be doing every day. Like what we just did here, and what you just saw Peter and what Sarah did earlier, like this is the iterative work where we talked about like the birthday, right? Being happy, or sorry, congratulating on the baby. You would have never been able to actually create something that contextually understood birthday, congratulations, and understood the intent. You would have just put them down the by intent, right? So I think that this is a great example of showing how you're able to focus more on the user experience while still, being detailed about the specific variables in the experience as well. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you don't need to as much focus on capturing variables. What you can do is turn everything that you have captured into something like a JSON at the end, and you don't have to worry about, the user didn't correctly spell something out, so it's not recognized as an entity right now, which makes things somewhat difficult at times for a customer anyway, because maybe they're not that great at spelling or whatever, or that sort of thing, and they just can't actually get to the next step in the journey because they're not saying, they're not spelling blue right or something like that.
Yeah. Well, and we do a lot on that on the Breaking Bots workshop that I mentioned at the beginning, where like it's a simple flow, like what's your email, right? And you miss you say instead of Gmail, you do Gmail or something, right? Because you just use, but it truly interprets that as your email. and it's like, oh, sorry, that's not it. Or you say, sorry, I don't want a demo, or sorry, I don't want to buy anymore, and it thinks that's your email because it's so rote of a design. And this just gives you that flexibility to actually talk to humans the way that humans talk to computers, right? And I think that's the beauty of a conversation designer today, which I'm excited about.
Yeah.
Can I upload a URL from a spreadsheet? That's an interesting one. Probably another Sarah question to put you on the spot regarding knowledge base. I'm not sure from a text perspective if the numbers would translate for the knowledge base today.
Can I upload a URL from a spreadsheet?
I wonder. Yeah, that's a good way to
Sorry,
interpret.
maybe I can explain. So if I look at my website and I want to create a bot for them, I'm just looking for ways how I can upload the article URLs in a more easy way instead of just copying pasting them. And if I remember correctly, we have a spreadsheet with all the URLs of all the articles. So would I be able to upload this somehow, or just, I mean, I
You
could
can
just
upload
use
multiple URLs. I'm sorry, Kat.
Yeah.
Katerina, I'm sorry. Could you? I didn't mean to cut you off.
No worries, all fine.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say you can upload multiple URLs. My sound cut out, by the way. Like I thought you were done talking, and then your sound came back in. You can upload multiple URLs at once. I'm wondering, could you might be able to copy all of the rows that contain a URL and paste it into that box, and it might just auto separate by a line. Peter, I'm not sure if you have a gut instinct on that personally, but
Yeah. So
You-
if you had lots of URLs in a spreadsheet, you could just, as long as they're each on a different line, you could
Yeah.
just copy that row and then paste it into there. And I don't believe that we don't have a spreadsheet format that we can upload at the moment, do we?
No.
No. Although maybe that wouldn't be a bad idea.
But then how would you recommend? I mean, if I have a website and you said earlier, I cannot just point to the help.sumup. That's our website. So I cannot just point to the general website. So I would need to point to each individual article. How do I do
yes,
that? Yes,
you would need to point to each individual article, and we understand that that's a little bit cumbersome today, so we are looking for some options there, but today that is your best bet, is to upload each article individually.
Okay, so I have 200 articles in 14 languages. That's a lot.
That's quite a bit. That's quite a bit.
Yeah,
definitely.
and I think we at the moment only have a limit of 100 URLs, so you'd get stuck at there. Probably if you're looking to do something like that, I would almost recommend if you can download all the articles and have them in like put them all in a very large PDF, or I mean, again, not ideal. That's probably the best way to do something now. But yeah, as Sarah said, we are looking at, scraping tools essentially, where you could give the URL of your website, and then it would probably take like a day or so to scrape everything on your website, and then take all that data and ingest it.
And another question, while I'm already on it, if I have if I set the bot up like you did for the paintings, for example, and I have a knowledge base in different languages, let's say maybe just two, could then also the user ask in a different language? I mean, apart from English, or is this currently English only?
So, I mean, large language models are multilingual. I've never tried this, but we could try. Sorry, I mean, the only other language that I can speak is Pig Latin, so I can't really. So
I can
Hey,
comment
Sarah.
on.
Hey, Sarah here, another Sarah from Germany, and I'm like doing this in parallel in English and in German. So right now I'm setting up my bot in English, but I'm using German URLs from our German website. So, and now the bot is responding in English, but it's getting the knowledge from the German URLs. So the German content is the input, but the output of the bot right now is English. So that works perfectly fine.
Yeah, it understands all the languages. You can force, I've done this in many different use cases. You can force the knowledge base to respond in a particular language, irregardless of what the language is of the data sources, but you can only get it to respond in one. So you have, for example, I wanted to only respond in Italian. You can like hard code that in the prompt, and it works quite well. Usually I have to, oh, okay, well, let's give this a shot. Honestly, Peter, I just want to see what happens, but
What is it?
we are obviously going to be working on expanding the multilingual capabilities, but I've only really experimented with speaking in one.
So sorry, I've got to remove you. All right. Well, it has responded in English correctly. I'm sure that if I tweak the prompt, let's go. You must respond in the user's language.
The trusty all caps. It's worked every time today.
So, nah, didn't work. Okay.
Would have been cool though.
That would have been very cool.
Not yet.
So yeah, definitely a good idea. I'm just I now want to try work this out because I'm sure that you could do it with the prompt. It just might actually.
Well, because you know what
maybe.
understands it, right?
Yeah.
We know it understands the language. We just need it to translate.
You are a multilingual.
Like it.
I like the rule with any kind of hard prompting to you have to state it 3 times. Various points in your prompt. If you wanted to do something out of the ordinary, you got to say it in 3 different ways.
Just a reminder, right?
Yes.
No.
It might genuinely be a limitation, but
yeah.
Please tell me if you figure it out.
It could be. I think probably what it is doing is it's responding in the language that the assistant is set to, and
why Sarah attendee from Germany, as she's working through it, it's interpreting her German articles, yet responding in English, right? Which is still impressive and still helpful, but yet that's that next layer of what knowledge base can be. Totally makes sense. That was an awesome real-time workshop work through there. Thank you guys for jamming on that. Any other questions on those notes? This is your time now that we're after the top of the hour to ask Peter. You got a bonus of Sarah here as well on the knowledge base and product front. Any questions as Peter might be working through? I think we show one more thing about launching. Otherwise, this is your chance to kind of workshop your assistants and ask any specific questions as you work towards launching by launching in this hour and sending us a link.
There's also another question here that Katie asked. I'll just address that quickly. Do URLs added to the knowledge base get dynamically scanned when the bot is used, or is the knowledge base just a snapshot in time? It is just a snapshot in time today, but we are working on dynamic refreshes. So you can, especially as we expand to more link types, so eventually you'll be able to link to your Zendesk and all that sort of thing, and you'll be able to set up a refresh schedule. But right now it does just snapshot in time. It actually scrapes it the moment you bring it in.
It's amazing. Good call up.
Oh yeah, I think that's it. I think it's the only questions I see.
Peter, did you want to show anything else here before we jam really quickly on the web chat launch feature or some of those channels?
I don't know. Is it worth showing like how kind of, you know, ginormous assistants can be set up and that sort of thing?
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, your banking assistant is a great one. And then we can end on some of those on the web chat snippet just for people who are looking to actually put it on a site or prototype.
Awesome. So this is an assistant that I'm working on at the moment. You will all be able to get access to this shortly. I just need to record a few videos to go with it, and then we'll be, you know, sharing it out with the world shortly, I believe. Although I'm, you know, now jumping on Sam's marketing timeline, so maybe it won't be as shortly as I'm saying that I'll finish it. Anyway, so so basically, when you're designing a enterprise kind of assistant, the best sort of thing that I like to put hierarchy to everything. So we have domains at the top. So we've got our welcome flow, all intents related to account services, credit cards, small talk, and transferring to a human. And then what I like to do is use topics for every single intent. The reason that I use a topic or subtopic, as you can see here, the ones where I've got a star here have subtopics. So bills pay and bills total. So the reason that I like to do this is because when you want to edit an intent or a flow, you want them to be separate from everything else. And that makes it, if they're all within their own subtopic, it makes it far easier to do that. Then what you can also see is like at each intent. So this is kind of the old way, I guess, of doing conversation design, which feels weird to say the old way because it hasn't been going for that long. But we do things like, so you've got your intent here, then we have a whole heap of set steps. So we're setting the account and the intent name and the number of times that you've hit this flow. So there's a few reasons for all this. So your subtype here that relates to what your query is about, so that when you route someone to an agent, it knows we've got to put them in the account queue. This your account, this is used for our confidence checker, which I'll show you shortly. And then this little part here, the account flow count, this is used here. So if something that I've seen lots and lots and lots is customers will go to a chatbot and they'll literally type the same thing over and over and over. They'll hit this same flow over and over and over. Then they'll get angry with the bot because they've done the same thing and got the same thing happen to them each time. And the idea behind this is that we just stop that from happening. So if you do this, say the same thing 3 times over, it'll hit the flow 3 times in a row and then go, we're going in loops. How about I transfer you to a human? So the your account part, so this is the account services intent, have this confidence checker. This is part of a reusable component. So this is used like everywhere across the flow. And the reason we've set this variable to your account is when you go to the confidence checker, it'll go confidence is above 70%, between 30 and 69%, and then below 29%. So here we would go, just to confirm, this is about your account, right? So we're doing all these like lots of setting variables and all these sorts of things to make things sound and flow as naturally as possible, which, as you saw with large language models, so that doesn't need to happen as much. But it's also worth noting, like large language models can be fairly wild at times, so they're not as predictable. So yeah, a few things that we've done here is, yeah, we've got all these reusable components. So, you know, if we need to, if someone asks a question, for instance, about an account, and they haven't specified which account that they're talking about, we might want to use the multiple accounts check component, which is, you know, very, very simple, but it just has a bit of logic. user has mentioned account, user hasn't mentioned account. Then it's got some stuff to put in for like the back end and what a developer should what the developer needs to do to build out this flow, and then some more logic, and then basically anything where there isn't a link, it'll go out of the flow and then go back to the next thing in the sequence of things. So if I go here, the confidence checker, once it's hit the end of the confidence checker and it's past the thing, it'll go to this question here. So got a question about your account. Here are a few things I can help with. So I guess I could quickly show you how that would work. Let's just go check balance, for instance, and you'll see it jump into flows and then jump out of them because it doesn't like need to it's got to the end of that portion. So savings account, I wish that was my account balance. So yeah, that's kind of showing you how that kind of works.
I just wanted to call out, you kind of mentioned like the series of events and then like an empty path, right? I think that's a core design principle here, is like the way Peter's designing is accounting for each edge case, and then as soon as it's exhausted that check, then it goes back to the main sequence or the main flow, the happy path, as many conversation designers would look to it. But in this capacity, with such a large, like this is, Peter, would you argue that this is for something that you've worked on in the past for a large enterprise? This is scratching the surface of a full scale assistant that would
definitely. I mean, for a banking assistant, it's probably quite small. I think there's only like 60 intents, but for most enterprises, you wouldn't really need more than 60 to 100 intents. It's just banks are giant. They offer so many products and all that sort of thing. I'm only doing, account services and your credit card. There's probably mortgages and insurance and whatever other financial instruments they're selling.
Yeah. Elizabeth asked a good question. As a conversation designer before and now, do you map out your designs differently before you begin, before you start building with the introduction of LLMs and things like that? Like, how do you go about that mind map before you would, plan with your team before you join Voiceful?
Yeah, so I think I'll preface it with, in terms of large language models, a lot of what I've been doing is experimenting. That there is one flow that I've done, which is in production, which uses a large language model, but it doesn't use it in the same way as I've kind of shown you here. So what I'm using large language models at the moment, or what I have used large language models for, is more semantic search. So for Woolworths, they have a rewards business, and customers would go, why didn't I get my 50 booster points when I purchased this thing? To answer that question in the quote unquote old way of doing things would be really, really difficult. We would need an entity for the product. We would need like entities for the points. Then we would need to look all that sort of stuff up. What we now do is we capture that utterance of why didn't I get my 50 bonus points for buying the broccoli or whatever. And then we use the large language model to cut that down into keywords. So it would be like 50 points broccoli. Then we would give the JSON of the customer's offers to the large language model to search with those keywords. Then we would get it to pull back 4 different offers which matched what they've said, and then we would use those offers to populate a carousel. So that's kind of the way that I'm seeing businesses use things at the moment. And this is more because, I mean, I've worked with very, very large enterprises, and large enterprises by and large are much more reticent to use generative AI at the moment because it's not as predictable. Like I think an enterprise for the most part at the moment would be more happy with delivering the completely wrong answer, but you can tell that it's the wrong answer rather than deliver the wrong answer confidently to a customer.
That's
accurate. Yeah.
And
So
it's more about how do you layer in LLM functionality, I think, from an enterprise's perspective, like being able to build this robust assistant, possible, fantastic, still delightful, right? But it's like, how do you layer in one specific flow or in a greeting or in a response or in a sentiment, a persona? And then, I think LLMs for like intent classification and like, full scale responses can be scaled to, but that's not something you just start with tomorrow, in your assistant.
Yeah, and the question on the devs, I am a big proponent of doing as much collaboration as possible. So the workflow that I generally go through is I will get the requirements from product owners or whatever. I will create a brief. I used to work in advertising for a really long time. I'm like all about briefs. I'd like to have really clear instructions on, not instructions on what needs to be done, more like I like to have very clear guardrails on what needs to be done. And then I can use my creativity to work out how to answer that. With that brief, I'll have, what APIs can I use and all those sorts of things. And then once I've done an initial design, it's all about going to the developers and going like, can this be done? And then working with them to try, work out the best way to do something. And to be honest, like sometimes a developer will go, oh, have you thought about using this? Or, you could do it like this, or this way would be better for a user. Like I might not always know the best way to do something. So yeah, it's all about getting everyone involved as much as possible. And to be fair, even your QAs, like QAs are really good to get involved early on because they're going to test the thing. They generally like know your entire assistant because they've done all the quality assurance on it, and they'll think of things. So yeah, I'm all about getting everyone involved.
So, well, on that note, Peter, unless there's anything else on the banking assistant you wanted to jump into, maybe we jump back over just to cap it off with the web chat and like the final last mile.
Sounds good.
Is this a web chat project type? I can't remember.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, wonderful. So, well, yeah, what Peter and I are going to show you just here to kind of finish and go from early design, like Sarah showed you, to what Peter showed you, to all the way to launch, which I know a lot of you want to do today or as part of this course. If you navigate, so this is from the design review, Peter, if you want to navigate on the left-hand side of the integrations tab. So with this web chat project type, you can easily spin up a web chat widget, which here you see an example of. Obviously, if you click into like the general and the appearance tabs here, you can customize that for your specific business, right? So if it's the Bunnings example, if it's Sarah's water skiing example, you customize logo, the description, all of those, where it sits, the spacing, all of that web chat widget is customized here. And then my favorite part, if you scroll back up, Peter, just from out of the box, is the snippet is right here that you can copy and place in the header of your website. We don't need to go all the way through to do that because obviously we don't have access to Bunnings backend today. If you wanted to mock it up, you can do it with the inspect code. That's a fun workaround. But if you want to go,
do you want me to try do that?
Sam, yeah. If we have a second here, that doesn't hurt to show. So what Peter's doing is obviously navigating to the home page here, opening up the inspect page code, and then if you just toggle on the bottom or up top to console, right there, and then you should be able to just paste it right here, and then change production, the version ID from production to development, right down halfway through right there. Two more
which
lines
one?
down right there. Yeah, can you change that to development or
Okay.
before you click? Yeah,
Yeah, where are you?
there. I think that should.
Development,
Yeah, try to run that. See if that makes a.
I think Bunnings doesn't like us.
Try doing it on if you navigate to their DIY page.
Yeah. Okay, let's try the workshop.
And obviously, this is not the the best practice way to go put it on your site. Obviously, you go to your website provider and put it in the header code. This is just a way to show you what it could look like. Try doing it with the production tag. Maybe it'll work on its own. No, it's not going to do it. Maybe put it on you could go to VoiceFlow and do it. I know like it should work there. Maybe it'll overlap our existing assistant.
Yep. Voiceflow.com.
And you'll see here that we have a widget built on VoiceFlow in the bottom right hand corner there. But we'll put it here and take a chance.
I feel like there is something.
Oh, I think we need to publish this. I just realized.
Yep.
That's exactly it.
Bunnings test. If I go
back to designer, yeah, you have to. So this is important. This would be the first time that we're publishing it. So if you're working on something and you want to version it, this is obviously now the first version of that, but we need to publish it so then that snippet is live, whether you're putting it on your website. And once you put that snippet on your website, every time you click publish, it's going to version and update on the site. You don't have to re-put that snippet in. So let's try it one more time here.
Try get it on Bunnings again.
Yeah, I agree.
And then we go console. There's something wrong somewhere.
Yeah,
I'm not.
Yeah, try one more time with development. Okay, well, yeah, hop back over here and then let's just show maybe our chat widget then while we're at it, because must just be a tokening issue with this project.
Yeah.
But in the bottom right hand corner, this is a live assistant built on VoiceFlow that we host and run right from VoiceFlow. So if we make edits to the project, we have a team working on this assistant behind the scenes. They push a new chat or a new feature. Great, they just publish that on the project level and it is reflected here. So this is a great way. Long story short, this is a great way to take what you're building today, using all the skills that Sarah and Peter gave you, to actually go deploy it, right? You could on your site today or a landing page specifically, put it on there, host it, and run interactions. It's quite powerful that way. In that same vein, if you don't go all that way, maybe you're using a voice project type or you're using another project type. Peter, if you wanted to hop back to the canvas and just show the shareable prototype tab, just so people can see, as Stefan mentioned, when you go submit your project, you can also just share your prototype.
So we can copy that.
And that'll open in its own tab that you can share with anyone. You can password protect it if it's sensitive information for any reason. But this is how you would submit your project that you build today with us and with Stefan, and we can give it a run and play with it. This is a really fun way. You'll share it with your coworkers, maybe bring it to your teams, share what you built. This is a great way to do that. And run from there. Peter, any other way that you've ever like shared your work or kind of done that? Obviously you can run full Dialog Manager API hosted, you can export to Dialogflow, etc. But in that prototyping kind of deployment stage, do you do anything else?
This is the main way that I share prototypes with stakeholders. So just send them a link, and then they can have a play and break it, and then I can fix it, and then the journey continues.
Yeah, maybe can you hop into transcripts to show that really quickly too?
Yeah, so both.
A quick test there. So this is Peter running and testing his prototype, obviously, but then on the designer view here, bottom left. He can hop into transcripts on the left-hand side that Sarah had shown, and you'll see every transcript and what happened in those conversations on the back end, which is super powerful for teams, because then what you can do from here, Peter, and maybe I would love to hear how you use it with your team, just see what intents are missing, see how people are using your assistant, see where the conversation fails, and just tag me and say, hey Sam, this needs to be fixed, right? If I was on your team.
You're not on my team.
No, I'm not. I haven't got that privilege yet. No,
Not yet.
but yeah, so that's just the quick run through of kind of that last mile. But really take away that prototype link, and that'll be how you share with anyone at the workshop with your team, and go from there. Do you have a live chat connected to this? I think you're talking about like live support, for example. We have in-app live support. So the assistant, which we call Tico, that can run in-app, and you can go and connect to the support, send that email to connect with support@voiceflow.com. So no, I don't believe we're running live chat right through there. But this is a great way to and you probably could very easily, but today we're just using our knowledge base of our docs, the support@voiceflow.com email, and as Peter's showing here, so it's querying all of our support docs, giving you information on what a block is on Canvas, and then giving you a link to read more about that block. So this is a pretty cool product support use case here.
Mike, Mike and Tyler might want something to say about that.
Yeah, right. And Andrew too. They have a debate with Tico.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, that was a lot of information at the end there, but thank you for flying through, Peter. I think at this point, as we're now nearing the end, if you guys have any remaining questions that you want to ask Peter, that you can chime in on audio or on the chat. We'll open up the next 10 to 15 minutes if you guys have any specific questions on your bots. But then we'll let Peter get to the rest of his early morning, and we'll wrap it up on our end and be excited to see what kind of prototypes you guys share with us for certification and approval. So yeah, any other questions to chime in or drop in the chat while you guys are building right now the rest of today? How do you decide when to keep refining the prompts in a chain or switch to writing out your own prompts or content?
I think I don't know if there's any specific point where I go. I think it's use case by use case. So depending on what I'm doing, sometimes it might just make more sense to just ask the thing rather than let a large language model do it. But mostly if I'm doing some prompt chaining and I want to make something work, I'll get really stubborn and I'll keep refining it and going and going and going until it does work. One tip that I can give, which is quite helpful, is you can use something like ChatGPT to help you write a prompt. So you could give it in fact, I can share this prompt with you all if I'll just try find. Did I do this when? I think this is it. I can give you this prompt and then I don't know how I can share it with you, but let's see. This isn't it. Where did I do that? I'll have to find it. I actually created a bot to help you to help you write prompts. That one isn't it, but I'm not quite sure. It's one of my, as you can see, I have lots of things going. Maybe I actually did that in the VoiceFlow one. Is it here? Here we go. I did this a while ago. I can give you this prompt. I use it in here we go. So I don't know how I guess I could share it in the chat, but it's maybe too big. But if you take, yeah, that message is too long. I can give this to Sam and he can share it with whoever, and you guys can all get this prompt. But it is a giant prompt that basically sets the persona of ChatGPT to be a prompt engineer, and then you can basically get it to help you write a prompt, which it works, somewhat well. So yeah, I'll just quickly share that with Sam and he can distribute it.
Can do. Yeah, we'll also share the Bunnings example. I'll grab a clone link. Peter, if you could drop that to me as well.
Yeah.
I'll share that after the fact. Or actually, if you're comfortable just grabbing the clone link right now.
Yeah, I can
just dropping in the chat in case anyone would like to share it or grab it. You can actually grab the clone link from the designer view too, back in the dashboard. But yeah, if you go back out.
Oh, right. I don't think I've ever done this. But
Yeah,
from here.
and then it's copy clone link there.
There you go.
That'll copy exactly what's in the project, but just into their workspace.
There you go.
So yeah, so you'll just see whatever Peter had left that assistant at, you'll get an exact copy of that to use. You can still repurpose into your own designs, and that's a good way to look at the prompt chaining example too. Andrew asked about team scope and licensing costs. You can find all that on the VoiceFlow website. You can ask our chatbot if you want to learn more about that. Elizabeth, you had mentioned I like that the LM can make the conversation variable with the personas and less stiff and awkward. So have you ever used it for a one-way conversation, more like a coach or a cheerleader through difficult processes? So yeah, I guess using such a flexible method on a one-way conversation. Peter, have you done that?
I mean, I guess kind of on a one way. So like coaching, what I guess kind of what do you mean? I'm trying to think of
I can describe it. Well, so I work on like create account, sign in stuff, and a lot of times people will run into struggles, but you don't need like a ton of help. It's just more like those nudges of like, the information is there, don't panic, you can do this kind of thing. Go get your ID, it's going to be okay.
Yeah.
Instead of taking them deep into like these help things that
the flows,
distract them.
Yeah, no, not really. I've used it more for like, I mean, I guess I've done it for like, drive-through bots and that sort of thing, which I guess is, but that's still fairly conversational. But yeah, nothing exactly like that.
Yeah, I just think like if they're not necessarily wanting help, but you can see they're struggling, how can you kind of?
Yeah, so you mean like proactively?
Yeah, talk them through, or
Yeah, nothing like that as yet, but I'm sure you could.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Exactly.
Y'all inspired me.
Cool.
I'm glad.
Even using, Peter, what you showed in the banking assistant, like if someone's passed through that same flow 3 times, right? At that point, maybe you're using the AI step or the response AI step to generate some sort of encouraging, like realigning no match, but it's like a half-baked no match at that point, using a prompt, right? Where it's like, hey, like I see you might be using this assistant for a while here, don't worry, we'll get you through the right path. So it's almost like a guided no match at that point. Would kind of blend NLU and LLM pretty effectively there.
Yeah, I mean, you could do something like if I went to queue routing or something like that, and say you were waiting for quite a long time, you could do something like buttons and no reply, yes, add manually. And then, although that's not generative. No, don't worry. I was going to do something here, and then I kind of went, actually, I have an idea. We go 15 seconds, and we could just do that. we go, I can't do it on this because I don't have the AI set step. But essentially what you could do is have like a little timer and then it hits a generative thing and then goes back to the timer. And then, it could say,
That's cool.
so someone will be with you soon, blah, blah, blah,
It's like a timed no match, right?
Yeah. So yeah, you could do something like that.
Because it changes every time, so it doesn't feel like it's that same old. You're getting the same three things, right? It can feel like someone's really checking in on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, good call, Elizabeth. That's cool. Great. Well, I think with that, unless there's any other questions people want to chime in, I'll share all these resources after the fact. I'm very excited to check out your prototypes. Peter will take a look at them. Sarah will see them as well, and we'll give any feedback over email. Yeah, Elizabeth, let us know if that test works before, or even if you try it with customers or users. This was a blast. Thank you, Peter, for spending the second half of the day with us and actually showing us how a CXD thinks through these things. And I'm excited to see what people build with all the tools that we gave them today. Appreciate you waking up early with us.
All good.
Awesome. Well, with that, Stefan, I'll turn it back over to you and the team here to wrap up the day and maybe grab a beverage of their choice as you joked. And we'll let Peter get to his morning and I'll wrap my day over here.
Yeah, absolutely. So in the comments, I'm about to share, just did, the link to the application for certification. So there it is. You guys have about 2 weeks to complete it. This is being recorded. So it typically takes Zoom like 24 hours-ish to process the recording. Once it's ready, we're going to, give it and share it with everybody. So you guys are going to have the opportunity to go through this multiple times. Because there's a lot in there. There's like a lot of stuff that's packed that you could unpack and play with. And then right now we have an option. One is we can do the happy hour right now, or you can continue building out your bots. I think that's a good time to do that. Peter, are you gonna? And we'll say thank you to the team from VoiceFlow. So there it is. Thank you, Sam and Pete and Sarah. And then for the community, if does anyone want to jump on, you're welcome to jump. We could have an open forum conversation. You can grab something to drink, probably having water, and we can open it up. Hi, Nima. How are you?
There, just getting things ready.
Yeah.
You can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can see you as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
Yep. So anyone that wants to jump on, just let us know. Yes, Elizabeth. Let me turn on your. I think you could ask. How are you guys able to turn it on, Sarah and Nima?
It just came on automatically.
It just came on.
You could just hit
Okay,
this.
here's Wendy.
I have an error that says unable to start it because your host has stopped.
Oh, well, I could hear you, Elizabeth.
I just have a question. This is like a really dumb question, but I'm new. I mean, I'm not a conversational designer. I'm a content designer. And I get a little lost on like just because I don't know the basics about the intents and the utterances and then how that connects to the knowledge base. And I'm just trying to figure out like how, if I miss that foundation, like where should I go to learn that? Or is there a quick way to explain how these things are connected? Because one thing I was kind of hearing was, one thing I kind of heard from Peter was like, okay, the intent seem like things that we're responding and we're gonna say, tell the LLM, we want to say this, but you figure out the best way to say it. And then if it can't figure out how to do that, it goes to the knowledge base. But I'm still like really fun.
Let me see if I can explain it easily or quickly. So you can think of entities and intents as nouns and verbs. And so when you speak and you say, I want pizza, right? Your intention is that you have desire. And then the entity would be pizza. So the intent would be desire of pizza or wanting to eat pizza or wanting to purchase pizza. And then the entity would be pizza itself. So that's kind of the easiest way to think about intents and entities. Entities are kind of like nouns, and intents are kind of like verbs.
Can I give an alternative, or
Sure.
maybe it'll be helpful? So, you know, I have to first confess that I had to go in and out today, so I was just touch and go. So I'll have to watch this and try this. And it
Yeah.
seemed like they're taking it to another level.
Yeah.
But
Well, it's jumped.
yeah,
It's
yeah, it's
jumped.
jumped. So I
Yeah.
say that particularly for Elizabeth because it's kind of good because I mean, you could have learned it the old way, and I'm going to share that with you in just a second. But then again, it might be better that you're learning it the way that it's happening now, because what's the point? You know what I mean? Like it's changing. So the intent, as far as the way I see it, is what does the person want? What's their intention? Like, what do they want? Do they want to get a kite? Do they want to buy a car? Do they want to fly to the moon? What do they want? You have to determine their intent. And anyway, that's that part. And the entity is, think of it as a classification. So if you're making a classification for I don't know, types of beds. So the entity would be types of beds, and then you'd have king bed, queen bed, um, you know, full bed, sofa bed, da 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 da. And then, or let's say the entity was dog types. Think of anything that could have multiple types of things, right? Like dog types, Dachshund, Malinois, right? And so once you start to teach the system, these are all different types of whatever. That's what an entity is. So whatever you can turn into a, a type of a thing, like I don't know, you could think of, for example, you could say a type of I don't know, think of something, I don't know. What type? Like let's try to put it in practice. How could that apply? Type of car, right?
Yeah.
What are you
Yes.
looking to build? Do you have anything specific?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Again, I had asked that question. I'm working like the authentication space, so I'm trying to think of like how I could help people get through creating an account and signing in. And they go through struggles like, oh, I forgot my password, or we might want to recommend we'll try using passkeys instead, or whatever. Try this different thing. So they'll get stuck on, I don't have my phone, so I can't get a code. And now I have to help them get through that.
Okay. Yeah. So this is one of the first use cases that was really, really low hanging fruit in the conversational AI space. Was chatbots for helping people log in, because of course everyone forgets their password. And so they used to work with the old stuff, and now with the new stuff, it's way easier. It's not good. It shouldn't be. The thing that's really changed with the LLMs is you don't have to go out and create intents and entities for every little thing that your bot has to do, right? You can only focus on the big things, like a lost password would be, password recovery would be one intent, right? And then you could use that large language model to figure out like the 10,000 different ways someone could say that.
Right.
I'll give you an HR example. Like, for example, imagine you're building an HR bot, right? One of the intents would be that you would want to update your personal information, right? Now, there's a lot of different ways to say that. You could say something like, I want to update my personal information, right? That would be a good prompt. A really bad one would be, I just got married.
Right.
Okay. Or I had a baby. Like, okay. Imagine all the different intents you would have had to do.
Oh, I get you.
18 months ago, because like you would have had to know that, having a baby, like what's the context? The context is that you want to update your information. Otherwise, so what that you had a baby? It's not relevant to HR. It is relevant to your insurance though, right? And so that's what, like, when we talked in the very beginning of the day about building out your topical model, what you're doing is you're creating this relationship between these things. The relationship in this example was like how getting married or having a baby relates to HR. right? And so within a knowledge base, you could, like for example, the document would be like, do you need to update your HR information? Okay, that would be the knowledge document. Do you need, that's a question, right? Or 100 examples of when you need to update your HR documentation. And then the introduction would be like a rough summary of all the things that might apply. Okay, like changing in life situations would be like one big topic, right? And then you would give it examples: getting married, getting divorced, adopting children, having children, children growing up, becoming 21 years old. You go buying a new house, having additional income, etc. So
That makes a lot of sense because I also work on like account services, which is similar stuff, account settings, right? There's so many things you can change. You might say like, I just moved, and then that could affect a lot of different parts of that. Or that's a great example. Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome. Yeah. So once upon a time, bots were so tedious to build because you'd have to build it like with all these things in mind, but now you don't have to anymore. Now you can just focus on the bigger pictures.
Stefan, would you say that because Elizabeth asked that question earlier on, that with this new model, this new way, that the planning out in terms of sort of mapping out the journey is just as applicable now as it was before?
I mean, I think you always have to plan things out. I don't know if that's changed. I think
I think so too.
I think what's changed is that the things that you're planning out have changed. So before you would have to think about like all of the different flows that you would have to create, all the different intents and entities, right? All the different ways a person could say that, that they've been married. Like I have a new partner, right? Or just think of all the different dialects.
Yeah.
Right. Now instead of thinking about all those different parameters, now you can just think about the bigger picture of it, like how you could organize your information so it contains those examples semantically. So when you upload like a document to your knowledge base, it could start to create those relationships based on the information you provided. And that's going to save you on the other side of having to create all those intents. And then the intents, and you could see it kind of in Peter's example. He had very few intents for a banking bot. It was so few. It's like, the same bot in Dialogflow 2 years ago would have been like 10,000 times bigger,
Yeah.
I mean, you would lose your mind trying to keep up, and then it becomes like a spaghetti. But he had so few, and it's because he's like, what are the big major clusters of things that a person wants to do? Update their information, they lost a credit card, whatever those big clusters are, those major intents. It looks for those first. If it doesn't, it hits the knowledge base.
Yeah. Right. That's really helpful, actually. So we're going to see in the coming days how this whole thing is going to pan out. You guys have any ideas of how this is going to work between Google Bard and Dialogflow?
Well, it's Google's product.
Yeah.
So I think Google's going to implement it within Google Dialogflow. They're going to add Bard. So when you go into the new Dialogflow, and I don't know when they're going to release it. We were hoping they would release it already, but they haven't. In the new Dialogflow, you're going to have basically an area for creating intents or actions, things that the bot will do, and then a knowledge base. So it's going to be these two things: updating information in knowledge base, and then like file actions and intents.
Yeah. See.
Yeah. So in tomorrow's workshop, we're going to try to simulate what that could be like, because we want to prepare you for what's going to come, not teach you on what is going to go away, right? And so we have it's the bot copy team. They have a bunch of examples from Dialogflow of pre-built agents, and we can use those to kind of simulate the experience of what it's like to have a knowledge base, right? And then we'll build out some intents, add your own information to it, and so on.
Very cool.
Does anyone else want to join the screen? I know Bina has a question. Okay. So I think,
Amar raised his or her
yeah,
hand.
I think that the links are above Bina. I think all the links have been shared by Sam and the team. And then also, you guys could email them, and then they'll share anything else that you don't have. So, I hope that helps. Does anyone else have any questions?
Samar, yeah. Samar had her hand up. I think.
Oh,
Her hand
hi,
had up.
Samar. Hi. Hi, how are you?
So I had a specific question about the
Mhm.
kind of bot that I wanted to build.
Sure.
So I was wondering if how I would use like an interview transcript or customer quotes as my knowledge base.
Mhm.
And like how should I organize it and what kinds of information? Because I guess I'd have to clean it to make sure that there isn't like personally identifying information. Like, yeah, a bunch of other stuff. So I was wondering if you have any advice about how to approach that.
Yeah, so can you tell me a little bit more about your use case, what your intent, what is the purpose of the bot?
Yeah. So this was a project I did as a user researcher. And we were looking at how people shop for running shoes.
Uh-huh.
So the idea was like to make a bot based around that research that we did. And so it would help people like buy running shoes that are like specific to their routine and how they train and like what kind of surfaces they run on, that kind of stuff.
I see. So would it be like you would ask the user a number of questions and then respond with customized options?
Yeah, so it would ask like, like tell me a little bit about your routine, like
Yeah.
how, like how many days per week do you run? What kind of surfaces do you run on? Things like that.
Right. So there, I think you're on the right track. So think about like the context of running shoes, why people buy running shoes, what are the most commonly asked questions when it comes to running shoes, right? And so you kind of build out a topical map of the topic running shoes, right? And then within that topical map, you should get some insight into what's important to people when it comes to buying running shoes. Then you can structure your questions based on the things that are most valuable and important that will get the user to that, desired running shoe, this least amount of steps. And so in the end, you might end up with 2 or 3 questions instead of 10, just by going through this process. And so, why do you want to buy running shoes, or what kind of running, like what do you typically do? Some of the questions I think you've already asked maybe. And then you could run it through the AI, where you save these things as variables, these questions, and then later, based on those variables, the AI can make a recommendation, and maybe it could use your knowledge base or your products as part of that recommendation.
Okay, all right. I think that's helpful. So like what kind of document would I be putting this into? Like,
you could put this into a PDF. You could do it like any kind of Word document.
okay, but would it have like sample dialogue or
Just think of it like what we're doing right now. Imagine that you are interviewing me and asking me what kind of shoes I want, right?
right?
So your first question is what kind of shoes do you want? What kind of running shoes do you want?
Okay.
And so that could be one of the questions. And so you could do it in a question answer format. And then like within the document, you can structure it so you're defining things, right? So
Okay.
at some point you should define what a running shoe is. Okay, well, and then maybe there's different types of running shoes. I have no idea about anything about running shoes, but I imagine there's different types. So you can talk about the different types of running shoes and define those different types. And then there might be some predicates associated with those different types of running shoes. Like they might, some of them might be better for your health or for your knees, for example, right? Some of them might be better for like long distance running, right? So consider those nuances. So basically just imagine that you're writing a massive article that's kind of like a Wikipedia article that could be like really long, and that's going to talk about everything a person would need to know about running shoes. And then you could structure it as like a question answer format, like think of a H2 tag, question, and then a paragraph. The first line of the paragraph is you're defining things, and then from that point on, you actually talk about the thing. Then you go to the next question, and so on. Right.
Okay.
So I think that would be like and then think about like and then when you're done with creating this article, you come back to the top and you summarize it. And so what you're doing is you're giving, when the AI reads it, it's going to have foreshadowing on what it's going to expect because it has a summary in the beginning, in the intro. It's going to know what to expect later on. And so it's going to be preempted to create those associations.
Okay. Okay. All right. So you could feasibly, you could also just like link it. You could use a combination of different things. You could make a document. You could also link it to like a sports shoe website.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But it should be like basically like a Wikipedia article. Okay.
Yeah. Wikipedia might be a good way to think about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay. I think people are having to go. Does anyone else want to come on?
I have
Yes.
only one last question before dropping
Sarah.
out. It's midnight in Germany, so
Okay.
that's why my question is about the certification process. So how
Yes.
long do we need to submit our bots that we've created today for the certification, or can we do
No.
it tomorrow?
You have 2 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Good.
you have some time. You could play around with the stuff tomorrow, and then on Thursday it's going to be mostly bot building the entire day of Thursday.
Okay,
Like,
perfect.
and then you can jump on you can jump on Zoom, or you can go into a breakout room. You can ask questions. It's going to be a very hands-on day, and then also these recordings should be ready within like 24 to 48 hours. Yeah, and
That sounds good.
So you're going to have those available to you as well. And then I just shared the form again.
Perfect. Because Peter had the morning 6 a.m. brain. I will stop working on this bot now and I'll try it tomorrow again. But thank you so much.
No worries. All right. Thank you, Sarah. Have a good night. Are there any specific requirements our bots need to meet? So that's a great question. The idea is that you have a bot that uses a knowledge base and could, has at least like one intent. We're looking at like the bare minimum. And if it has those two components, a knowledge, some kind of knowledge that you added to it, and then an intent, that would be sufficient for it to pass. You're welcome, Nina. Okay, so any other questions, or does anyone else want to jump on? Bye.
Hi. I'm not sure where to start. I've got a lot going on in my head right now. But I guess my most basic question is I'm pretty new to using the generative AI approach.
Yeah.
And when I look at all the prompts, like it just seems very kind of random. And I noticed there were a few kind of suggestions that that Sarah and Peter gave on how to actually construct a prompt. And I know we can use ChatGPT, so maybe I just need to play with it some more. But I'm just wondering if there are sort of basic guidelines on your prompt should include this type of thing and it should be phrased in this sort of way, or if it's just like total creativity.
So it's the first one. Okay, so so in the morning presentation, we kind of like briefly touched on how the ChatGPT works, right? It reads things from left to right and it tries to predict the next word.
Sure.
Or the next token, right? And so by knowing that, you know that it has certain limitations.
Right.
Right? It has a hard time predicting the future outside of that next token. Right? And so when you structure information for it, what you want to do is you kind of want to give it very concise, very clear, very specific instructions, right? And you also want to give it the context for which to work in, right?
Yeah. I guess I'm curious about things like when I think Peter said, like, you never make any mistakes, like you're the best coder in the world. Like, is stuff like that actually adding anything to the prompt? Or would it accomplish the same thing if you just said, you're an expert coder, go?
So I wasn't listening to the entire thing that Peter was saying,
Sure.
so I can't answer that. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Sometimes a lot of the prompts that you're doing is like, you might be asking the bot to behave a certain way, right? So if that prompt was for the bot's persona, like you might tell the bot that you're a great coder, and then it's going to take on the behavior of a great coder. You can tell it to be like a therapist, and it's going to take a very therapeutical approach. Imagine how different these two things are, right?
Sure.
So, you know, I think maybe that kind of helps answer your question. I don't know. So,
thank you.
You're welcome. Hi, Elizabeth.
I was enjoying those, I made like a Southern lady who was trying to help with login, and she was super sweet and it was great. It was like, I was surprised that it had that nuance. She could do that. Yeah. I have a high level question about, this is like, I'm full of the high level questions today, but about kind of the career paths. Like I was saying, like I'm not well, not originally, maybe I'm a future conversation designer, but it looks to me like there's a lot of skill sets that are kind of crossing over, because there's that sort of mapping and kind of, to me, like interaction product design thinking of, but then there's someone who maybe came from a copywriting background who's like, I'm really excited about crafting these prompts in a certain way with the language. And I'm just curious, like how those different skill sets can, well, I don't know, shift what we're doing and maybe shake out so that you might become an expert in a certain part of conversational design.
I think a lot of times what happens is that in the beginning you wear many hats, and then once the thing builds itself out in the market, maybe you start to have specialization.
Gotcha.
But it's just a guess, really. But yeah, it has changed, hasn't it? What's needed is a little different now.
Yeah. I used to get stumped by like all the logic and like kind of the decision trees that you were saying was kind of the old school, and that kind of kept me from doing it. I was like, but now I'm sort of like, well, maybe there's a possibility that my skills may work better for the new format. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know your skills, but yes.
So it's interesting that it seems like and depending on how big your enterprise, how big it is, you may be working really closely with dev and you only do a part of it because they also really chip in on another part. And if you had a small organization, you might do it all.
Yeah. Well, I think that like, generally speaking, the expectation isn't that you're also a developer. So if the bot needs to do certain things, like, and you'll see this more in tomorrow's workshop, if the bot needs to do certain things, for example, it's making a database request or a call. That's usually a developer would get involved at that point.
Cool. Well, it's interesting, exciting.
Yeah. I'm glad you like it. Okay, Jesse had to leave. And not, can you open my video? Can you request? You should be able to join. Let's see.
Well, I can speak. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Yeah, okay, because you can't start your video because the host has stopped. Oh, start my video.
There you go. There you go. Hi, how are you?
Good. I have a question regarding the Hebrew.
Yes.
It wasn't quite, with the LLM, it was okay, but with the NLU, it's not, the platform is not compliant to, it's not working with the Hebrew well. Tomorrow we're going to use like Dialogflow, and
Yeah.
we're going to learn another way to build bots that I can utilize the Hebrew with the intent, because that's like a really big thing I need.
Yes, yes. So you can think of them as different levels. So you're doing very similar things, right? It's just a different level of detail. So tomorrow we're going into a deeper level of detail with Dialogflow.
Okay.
And then since it's Dialogflow, it's like a whole NLU engine. It should be able to handle Hebrew very well. There's a lot of NLP companies that are, out of Israel. A lot of chatbot companies out of Israel. So
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I just like this. The voice flow is amazing, but I wish I could use it to utilize.
When you opened your project, did you choose Hebrew as your language, or did you choose English?
It's not an option.
Oh,
You
it's
just
not an
have.
option. Okay.
Yeah. And when I try to generate, I wrote something in Hebrew and I tried to generate some forgot how you said, but I got it all in English. It translated my Hebrew to English.
Okay.
So it wasn't so helpful with that. but I'll do it in English, and then I'll try tomorrow with the Dialogflow to use the Hebrew, see how I can utilize it.
Yeah, and let the bot copy team know on the front end, and so they can make the content so you get that information right away.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Yeah, because sometimes, like when you open the door and you go down a certain path, it's then you would have to backtrack, and so that's how did you what did you find most interesting about the workshop today?
It's amazing. It's a world full of possibilities. I mean, you can do like amazing amazing bots with really few steps. Today, and I really liked it that you can just write in natural language what you want to order, and you don't have to do it step by step. And the bot, I mean, it's amazing. I love it. I build flow bots, and it's like
it becomes so tedious.
And now I say I don't want to build them anymore. I want to do something easier, fun.
Right.
So
that was my feeling
fun.
too. It's like with the LLMs, and when ChatGPT launched, it was like all the stuff that I wanted to create in my head that would take forever now would just take a few days.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Does anyone else want to jump on screen, chat, ask questions? I think we might be approaching the end soon. We still have 16 people hanging out and watching. Where are you coming from, Elizabeth?
I'm in North Carolina, so I'm about done. I'm about ready for some dinner.
Oh yeah.
But it's been good though.
Yeah, it has. I've been up since like 6 a.m. and then I went to bed really late last night. And so it's me too.
We can rest up and be ready to make things tomorrow.
Yeah. So I'm gonna invite let's see, invite, no. Oh, okay, so that's what we'll do. We'll cut it off here. And tomorrow we're going to start out at 9 a.m. So same time as we started out today. And we're going to kick it off and jump right in. And it's going to be with the bot copy team. Dustin's, Rob, Alex, if you guys know them, they're great. And they're going to walk us through Bard. They're going to walk us, most of the focus will be on Dialogflow and Bard. And Bard is an large language model, kind of like ChatGPT. They're very similar. We talked a little bit about the difference between one being more linear and the other one being bidirectional. So we're gonna go a little bit deeper into that tomorrow. We're gonna talk about knowledge bases again. We're just gonna take all the stuff we learned today, go deeper and deeper and deeper. So without further ado, I'll say
one question.
Yes, jump in. What is it?
Yeah, real quick. On the knowledge base, I uploaded like dozen or so docs, and then I wanted to take some out that I felt were bringing irrelevant information.
Yes.
When I go back to run a test and look at the training and want to retrain it, is the training, when I trained it the first time, is it using the entire knowledge base I initially had, or is it only going to know that it should access the knowledge base when I ask it questions? So if the end game being, if I remove documents, how do I update that, or do I even need to?
I imagine that you don't. So I don't know the tool that well to know exactly how and when they remove information on the back end. I imagine that that's how it works. I think it's a good assumption, but try it out and play with it. Like put it in a knowledge base that, water skiing, and just see if it answers water skiing questions based on it. Then take off the knowledge base. And see what it does. And also, like when you're adding your knowledge base, I think it's great that you're having this experience where adding more information isn't necessarily good.
Correct.
Right. And sometimes information can conflict. And so like even within your knowledge base, like you want to use language that is very direct. Like if you're using things like might be, should, could, would, it's very ambiguous language. So the large language model doesn't know what to do with it. Right. It's best when it's very concrete, definitive statements. A chatbot is a program that tries to speak, not a chatbot might be, okay.
Yeah, I uploaded a number of more marketing oriented documents, as well as some training documents. And I quickly realized I need to go back and edit those to be more precise, because I want it to be a little bit less of a marketing tool and more of a training tool. So
yeah, let me know how it goes. I'm very curious.
For sure.
I also shared the presentation in the link, and so there's on page 24 there's like tips for organizing information. I think those could be really helpful for you, and you could take a look at those as well. And so when you're organizing your information, that we don't have it conflicting with itself, where one document says one thing, another document says another thing, or it's using the wrong type of language, or it's confusing the model essentially.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All right, guys.
Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you, Doug, and see you guys tomorrow, 9 a.m. Yeah, thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you for coming, and hope you have a great rest of your night.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.